Good evening. I want you to kind of join me in prayer as we pray for our city. And before I pray, let me just inform you that Atlanta City is the flagship city of this region. Everywhere we go, they ask us, where do you live? Pleasantville, how far is it from Atlanta City? So I'm glad that it's a great day in the city. I'm going to pray from the book of Jeremiah, chapter 29, which gives us instruction to pray for the city in which we live. Whether we like the city or not, but it says that the city prospers, we prosper too. So I want you to join me as we pray prayer of prosperity. Our Father and our God, we come for you this hour to surrender ourselves to you. We be our leaders, you, Lord. Let us in tonight's meeting. We bring this city before you, Lord, and blessing, O Lord. Cast away all evil forces in this city and its leaders, O Lord. Let this city be protected because your people here, they need help and they need to survive. We submit them to you tonight, this brought in your presence tonight. Take control, you bring our hearts that will discuss things, benefit our people and benefit our name so that your name will be praised. Jesus' mighty name I pray, let people say. Thank you.
Adequate notice of this council meeting of September 18, 2024, 5 p.m. of the City of Atlantic City has been provided as required by law by the city clerk, sending to the press and the Star Ledger and advertised on January 6, 2024 and January 5, respectively. Precautions are being taken due to the coronavirus pandemic. Therefore, this council meeting of September 18, 2024 is being offered in a hybrid format, both in person and virtually, with live streaming available with an access phone number for the public. A copy of said notice was posted by the city clerk on the bulletin board, main lobby, first floor on same date. All of the aforesaid complies with NJSA 10:4-6 et sec, known as the Senator Byron M. Bear Open Public Meetings Law, NJSA 69A 179. Reports and recommendations from the mayor. Ordinances number 6, 37, 38, 9, 40, 41, 2, 43, 4 of 2024 were signed by the mayor on 20th, 2024. At this point, our first order of business, I turn the meeting over to Legislative Counsel, Mr. Tarf.
Good afternoon, everyone. Pursuant to the court's order, New Jersey Superior Court, in recent litigation, there that must be and that is to fill the vacancy that has been created by the court-ordered vacancy of the 5th Ward Council seat. On August 29th, 2024, vacancy did occur in the 5th Ward Council seat. And pursuant to New Jersey statute NJSA 40A:16-3, by virtue of a judicial determination, pursuant to and including NJSA 40A:16-5, the governing body has the obligation and the duty to appoint a council person to fill that 5th Ward vacancy, because that vacancy was created by way of a Democratic individual being vacated. The Democratic committee has the option and or duty to present 3 names. They have presented 3 names. It is the council's responsibility to receive those names and to vote in order as to determine which of those individuals it will select in order to fill that vacancy that has been created. This whole procedure is being conducted pursuant to okay. It went off. I'm not sure at what point it went off, but we're gonna just proceed from where we are. Believe we'll first start with what is resolution 679, which is a vacancy to fill the Fifth Ward Council seat. The first individual that you will be voting on will be Mohammed Haq, which was one of the names of the individuals that was submitted by the Democratic Committee. So no nomination is needed. This is the name that is before the municipal council at this time for a vote. So this council is now considering the candidacy of Mohammed Haq. That's H-U-K. So I'm going to ask Paula.
HUQ.
H-U-Q, sorry. That's okay. Getting old.
Okay, so I made to understand, so we need no motion or second?
There is no motion or second necessary. This
Okay.
is the first name to be determined. And so Paula, we will ask you to initially,
No, we just spoke.
we'll ask you to call the vote on the selection of Mohammed Haq to fill the vacant seat of the Fifth Ward. So this is the vote on Mohammed Haq.
Crouch? Dunstan?
No.
Kurtz?
Yes.
Marshall?
Yes.
Shabazz?
Yes.
Tibbet?
Yes.
Weeks?
Yes.
And Randolph.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. Resolution passes.
Given that the resolution passes, then there is no need to move any further with regard to this. So the council will have selected Mohammed Haq as the Fifth Ward representative. Is Mr. Haq here?
Yes, he is. Mr. Hawk, come on up and give him a hand.
No, I will, out of respect, but I do have a question for.
So we will
And
now
so-
have the swearing in.
Yeah, at this point, it is necessary to allow Mr. Haq to be sworn in. Assume the clerk will handle those duties.
And immediately after she's sworn in, we will take a 5-minute break so he can get familiar with us. Take pictures and take pictures.
And someone going to hold the Bible for him?
The Quran.
What's his?
Quran.
Okay. You ready? Going to start the oath. I state your name.
I, Mohammed Haq,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support the Constitution
that I will support the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of New Jersey,
of the State of New Jersey,
that I will bear
that I will be bear
true faith and allegiance
true faith and allegiance
to the same
to the same,
and to the governments
to the government
established in the United States
established in the United States,
and in this state
in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
justly perform
all the duties
all the duties
in filling
in filling
the vacancy
the vacancy
of the Fifth Ward Council Member
of the Fifth Ward Council member
for the term expiring
for the term expiring
December 31st, 2024.
December 31st, 2024.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Just take a moment if you can sign each of these for me.
We'll take a 5-minute break so this gentleman can get familiarized, take some pictures.
Okay.
How you doing, sir?
You gonna do it?
And then I wanted to, is that, like, if you can give me a phone, we're gonna be Atlantic City Press. Okay, so far so good. Did you hear what, Jeffrey, say something to the people?
Actually, a lot of difficulties and challenges. I think all people are trying to try to solve it.
Can I just need a quick headshot of you for the,
হ্যাঁ?
there we go, perfect.
ভাই নো কমেন্ট এখন কই দিই হ্যাঁ
হ্যাঁ সাবির ভাই দেখা যায় না কিন্তু না ফোন করার আগে ছবি তোলা না ফোন করা
All right, you going to New Orleans, right?
Do you know what he does for a living?
You work for I think Atlantic County.
মামুন অলরেডি
Atlantic County. ওই তোর পজিশন কি রে আটলান্টিক কাউন্টিতে
মামুন এদিকে তাকাও
Mr. Haas, how long? Yeah, one point.
ঠিক আছে সামনে ইয়া কংগ্রাচুলেশন
তুমি হলো বিশলই গেল না
তুমি আগে এখনই গিয়ে বলবো নাকি আজকে?
এখানে বয়বি বয়ে তো বেদা লাগাইছে
এই সাত পাকি মা সাত পাকি সাত একটা কি হইছে দেখি
হুম ওকে we done
কত ছবি চলছে?
রবিটা আসেন না রবি আমি আসি নাই গেলি
We gotta go. Come on, let's go. He's got to go up and do a job.
okay
All right.
Let's go.
Oi, Turei, tu you for the tube. Oi? Now.
Right, brother. Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Thank you.
No, I couldn't do that. No, I told him I wasn't going to. Mr. Tar and I talked, just give him an agenda. No, I'll read it right now. Mark. No, all he said was give him an agenda. He's not gonna know what he's voting on. I'm telling you right now, not being mean. Council President, we're back on the record. And as I understand, it's your desire to move the resolutions of recognition to the front of the agenda, starting with Resolution 626. And this is a resolution to recognize Valerie Watson on her retirement. We have a motion?
Motion.
Motion by Shabazz, second by Crouch. Down. We'll call you out. We're excited too. We'll call you out. We're excited. Yeah, we did it in record.
Whereas Valerie Watson was hired by the city of Atlantic City as a public safety telecommunicator on December 20, 1979. On January 6, 2008, she was promoted to senior public safety telecommunicator. Whereas on August 30, 2024, Valerie Watson retired after more than 44 years of dedicated and devoted public service. On behalf of the citizens and taxpayers of the great city of Atlantic City. And whereas Valerie served as an integral part of the city's communications department and was a vital contact for public safety personnel, as well as members of the public. Her professionalism, knowledge, commitment, and experience served to make an important difference in the lives of others. And whereas the Council of the City of Atlantic City desires to recognize and commend Valerie Watson for her many years of exemplary public service. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the City, Atlantic City, expresses its deepest appreciation for the outstanding contributions made by Valerie Watson and extends best wishes on her well-earned retirement. Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan.
Yeah.
Kurtz. Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet.
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
Hawk. And Randolph.
A resounding yes.
That's 9 in the affirmative with a presentation.
Val, you can come on up now. You're on. Bring your whole family up if you want to.
Appreciate you.
Bring your whole family up.
Simone. Bill.
And Val, before you speak, after you speak, you'll come up here, not your family and the mayor, and take a picture with council.
Okay.
No, up
this is-
here, up
this one
here.
up Here, not there. Oh. Or I speak?
After you speak.
After I speak?
After you speak.
Okay. Council, I would like to thank you for this recognition. The city of Atlantic City has been so good to my family. My oldest daughter is 43 years old. I started working here 2 years before she was born.
Wow.
And when I tell you, I have been blessed to work for the city of Atlantic City in the one office for 44 years and 8 months.
All right.
I love this city. How you say it? It's a great thing. So I thank you for this. I thank you.
And we love you too. You come on up, not your family, but you come on up. Okay. We're gonna say something as soon as she comes down, but she's gonna take a picture with us first. Come on up, man.
Wait, Giselle, you can't. Don't let her go.
Hey, you sit in my chair. Oh. We gotta make you feel special. 43 years is a long time to be anywhere.
Yes, yes. Yes, thank
Sit.
you.
Come on.
I hit the man.
Yeah, hit the gavel.
Thanks, George.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
As she goes back,
Thank you.
anybody have anything to say? Please feel free to start speaking.
With the thing in front of your face. There we
Go
go.
ahead.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Val, give me my hug. girl.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you.
I know we have some council people that would like to make comments, and feel free.
Ms. Valerie? Oh, thanks for Toy.
Yes, I just would be remiss if I didn't say a few words. I'm calling Miss Valerie, but growing up in the inlet, you was Aunt Valerie to the neighborhood. So not only did you protect us working for dispatch, you also protected your neighborhood and made sure we held it down. And growing up with Toya and Tanya and seeing little Giselle over there and seeing your sister and just seeing everybody brings so much joy to my heart. And you would forever be missed here in the city, but you will always be my neighborhood auntie. And I just thank you for always being there for the community and protecting the community on both sides, whether you were at work or whether you was at home. And even at work, you was the anonymous number. Nobody knew who you were. And I knew by the voice who you were. And again, I just tell you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And you will be truly missed.
Anyone else?
Council President,
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you.
I beg your pardon? For the mayor and the BA, just to be clear, Valerie is my constituent and she is someone who is a engaged citizen, and I appreciate her input and I listen to her, and congratulations on your much deserved recognition.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anyone else? Well, before you sit down. Okay, Mr. BA.
So I know Chief Sarkos isn't here and Chief Evans was here. But
He's
on
here.
behalf of the fire and police department,
He's here.
hopefully he says something because,
He will say something.
yeah,
He will now. If he wasn't, he will now.
You know, Evans is going to say
because
something.
the work you perform, I don't think folks understand that you work in communications and all day, every day, you fill calls from people when at the worst things are happening in their lives. And to do that for 44 years is outstanding. It takes a special individual
Yes, it does.
to be able to do that. So thank you.
Val, I spent 37 of them 44 with you, and I couldn't be more proud. And this city had such a not only loving, caring person in the communications, as B.A. Swan just mentioned. You're the you're the heartbeat of the public safety response. You know, we don't get started without that first call from communications.
That's right.
And it's such important, and that communication person controls the whole vibe, just the tone of her voice, her calmness. That I knew every night when I heard Val's voice on that radio, we were going to be safe. Things were going to be good, that we were in good hands. We're going to miss you, Val, and your experience and training hopefully will live on with a lot of the young blood. But you've truly been Atlantic City's best, one of the best, and you've protected. We can't even imagine to think about all the good that you've done for this city. So I want to say thank you.
And
Mayor,
I had the ability to walk out with you on your last walkout, and the amount of support from your colleagues in the community was truly amazing. I thanked you then. We proclaimed it your day because in a time where, like I said, young able-bodied people don't want to work or move around from job to job to job, to have 45 years in one place is truly amazing. And everybody talked about your service, the calmness that you bring in emergent situations. And that was reflected how everybody speaks of you. And personally, as a person who I know personally, who has been a supporter and has been one of my prayer warriors, I thank you for that personally. So one more time, can we say great day?
great. Hold up. Val. Anybody else before I speak? Okay. I just wanted to say, first of all, we've been close friends for a long time. But your performance here was tremendous. The city of Atlantic City thanks you. The council thanks you. I think everybody in here thanks you. There's another part of Val's job that people don't know, that I know about. On my other life, I work at the MUA, and a lot of our fire hydrants just go out. And we call up who? Val. So they thank you too. Thank you, and God bless you. We love you.
Amen. Thank you.
All right. All right, Carl, you can move it.
Okay. Council President, we do have a resolution of recognition. The award was already provided, but if you'd like, this is Resolution 627 to recognize Oceanside Family Success Center.
Yep, they can come up. Huh? Yeah, you want to read it? You read it into the record? Yeah, they're here. Yeah.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion by Shabazz, second by Crouch, or yeah. And
Read it.
yep, read it in.
Whereas it is incumbent upon the city of Atlantic City to recognize organizations that make a significant impact in our great city. And whereas Oceanside One Family Success Center, located in the inlet section of Atlantic City, has been serving the community for the past 9 years. The center provides enrichment workshops, family fun activities, resources, community events, volunteer opportunities, computer access, diaper formula giveaways, employment assistance, and much more. Whereas Oceanside One Family Success Center offers a warm, welcoming, and inviting environment to help strengthen, empower, and inspire individuals and families. The center assists thousands of people every year to acquire the knowledge, skills, and resources they need to achieve success. It does not charge for any of its services or events. Whereas because of its excellent work, Oceanside One Family Success Center is fortunate to partner with many organizations, including Microsoft, AtlantiCare, Stockton University, Horizon, Ocean Casino, and Rutgers University. Now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the City of Atlantic City hereby recognizes and commends Oceanside One Family Success Center for its outstanding efforts and commitment to help individuals and families in Atlantic City, and extends best wishes for continued success. Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan.
Yes.
Kurtz.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet.
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
Hawk.
Yes.
And Randolph.
That would be yes.
That's 9 in the affirmative, and we have the presentation here.
This is one of the entities that's in our community. They do a lot of work. They do it. It's real quiet, but they do it at center. If you go uptown, it's always packed. There's always people in there, computer literacy, They give baby diapers, they do so much. And I've been working with them for 9 years. I am so proud of them. I don't know what to do. My heart is overfilled.
Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, let me come down.
Ms. Kia, I want to say, hey, it's good seeing you. I was there with you from the beginning. You've always been a pioneer in this community, treading waters and making sure that Atlantic City community as a whole had everything that they needed when it came to resources. You and your organization, keep pushing, keep fighting, and keep grinding and doing what you do. And I thank you because so many of the second ward people go to the first ward too, cross over, and get the resources from you also. Thank you.
It's gonna get to tankless after a while. And I wanted to make a big deal. Great job. Okay.
We have one more resolution to move to the front, and this is Resolution 628. It's a resolution to recognize Birdie Webb on the special occasion of her 90th birthday celebration.
Move it, Mr. President.
Can I get a second? Second. Moved by Shabazz, second by Mr. Councilman Crouch.
Okay, and this will be read into the record by Monica.
Let me.
Vote. Crouch,
Give you an award.
Crouch. Dunstan,
Yes.
Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz,
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck, and Randolph.
Yes.
Okay, that's 9 in the affirmative, and now Monica will read.
I'm reading this resolution in honor of my mother-in-law, Birdie Webb. Resolution to recognize Birdie Webb on a special occasion of her 90th birthday celebration. Whereas Birdie Bell Bacon Webb, an Atlantic City resident, was born in Bryant County, Georgia on September the 27th, 1934. She is the daughter of the late Beulah Mary Bacon and Willie Lee Bacon, and the last of 7 siblings. And whereas as a child, Birdie worked on her family's farm in Bullock County, Georgia, stringing tobacco and picking cotton. She graduated from Pembroke High School and worked as a maid at a resort in Georgia. She later relocated to Savannah, Georgia, where she was employed as a caretaker for the doctor's family. And whereas after living in Savannah, Georgia for 5 years, Birdie relocated to Atlantic City, New Jersey in 1953 with her older sister, LaVivian Hyman. In Atlantic City, Birdie attended St. James AME Church with her aunt, Leela Lee. She worked various jobs at the Flanders Hotel, Mayflower Hotel, Brenda's Candy Shop, Spencer's Gift, and Bally's Casino Hotel, where she retired as a housekeeper supervisor. Whereas during her journey in Atlantic City, she met and married the love of her life, Warren L. Webb Sr. She was married for 45 years. From this union, 3 children were born. Birdie also raised 4 grandchildren, 8 great-grandchildren. And whereas in 1991, Birdie joined Community Baptist Church under the leadership of Reverend Fritz. She was a faithful member of the Senior Usher Board where she served for 20 years. Whereas Birdie enjoys spending time with her family, reading the Word of God, watching soap operas, and talking to her loved ones on the telephone. She is the matriarch of her family who faces any of life obstacles with strength and determination. Her favorite scripture is Philippians 4:13, I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me. Birdie is a constant source for strength and inspiration to all. Whereas on Friday, September the 27th, 2024, Birdie's family and friends will gather at the All Wars Memorial Building in Atlantic City to celebrate her 90th birthday. And now therefore be it resolved The council of the city of Atlantic City hereby recognizes Birdie Webb on her joyous occasion of her 90th birthday celebration and extend wishes for a very happy birthday. And her son Warren Webb is here to accept this resolution. Who is also my husband.
Beach.
Just make this a little quick right here. All council members and council president, I'd like to say thank you for celebrating my mom's 90th birthday. I appreciate y'all. Thank you. Great day.
Paula.
That's
Paul?
the most I heard you speak in public in a long time. Okay, Paul. Yes.
I got a report that our video feed is out, that it's audio only right now. IT may be aware of it, but if somebody wants to check that, the video feed online is not working.
I'm checking it out right now. Thank you.
Yeah, people watching online said video is off, audio.
Video off, audio. So
It's
in
like
other words, they
listening to
can
the
hear
radio.
you, they can't see you, which might be a good thing.
Could be a good thing.
Particularly, you know, to see me.
What's next? Are we good to go?
Are
Tony?
we good to
Yeah,
go?
there's still audio,
Yeah,
so.
people watching.
Okay.
As long as they can hear.
All right, so Council President, we are now at public comment on agenda items, good and welfare.
Yes, you know what? We want to do that.
No,
What?
because that's suggesting things that's on the agenda.
Right.
The petition we got is not on the agenda. So if all possible, I'd like to suspend the rules and bring the people up from the Venice Park Apartments first. We were given, Council President handed us a petition that was, yeah,
They are here.
they are here. Both parties are here.
Okay, so we won't turn this into a hearing. but
No,
we
not a
will
hearing.
Give them an opportunity because they are here. So we'll do that and then we'll do it.
If we can have a representative from the tenants from the Venice Park Apartments.
Okay, I don't know, are you moving a resolution to the front if we are?
Not a resolution.
It's not a resolution.
Is this just a presentation?
They signed up for public port to
For
speak.
public portion,
Yeah.
we're gonna put them in front. It's still a public portion.
So
We'll give them 3 minutes now. And then there is no speaking in the public section, okay?
Okay, when you come to the microphone, please state your name for the record. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Linda Henry. And I am here with concerns of the Venice Park residents. We have several questions and concerns regarding the new management that we have. First of all, should we be paying rent to new owners if they have not obtained a certificate of ownership and have failed inspection, which is what we were told by code enforcement? The second question is, we have a huge number of current tenants that need repairs and have been waiting for months and years with no avail. When will these requests be handled? Now, I want to say on behalf of myself, I called and I got a response right away. They came right away.
They took care of one of my issues. I still have some other issues pending. So I want to say to my co-residents, send emails to the office, let them know what's going on, because they can't do anything if they don't know. What are we looking forward to when our current leases expire? Are the new owners legally allowed to collect Section 8 or any other state funding at this time, since they are not, quote, legally landlords yet? Rental invoices with personal information of residents have been left in multiple doorways without being in envelopes, or other people have been reading other people's information, which they shouldn't be allowed to do. Many residents have been informed that they owe back money without information being provided, or even an itemized list as to why they owe this back money. We are requesting that these matters be investigated, along with a timeline on when these issues will be addressed and notification on how to proceed regarding the above. Also, I just want to say that we felt that they came in aggressively. They stirred up a lot of anger, stress, and distrust. And this is why they're getting the reaction from the residents that they get. Instead of hello, they came in demanding money and false information. These are our homes. We are people. We are human beings. Please treat us as such. They walk through the neighborhoods and they don't acknowledge us, and we feel some kind of way about that. Anyway, co-residents, please email all of your issues to the rent office. Nothing can be done if they are not aware. Do not do anything you do not understand. Keep a paper trail. Use emails. Pray, have faith that all will be well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You did an excellent job of representing your residents. And now I see to council person.
No.
My suggestion to the council person, which he will be speaking in a minute, is that I'm talking in the mic. Can you hear me? Okay. I told Linda she did an excellent job representing you. Your council person will have a couple words. The owners are here. I think he's going to set up a meeting with y'all on the outside because you had your.
Director Finch, is it possible to you to answer any of the questions that she just put forth? Okay.
First of all, we've had several meetings with the new ownership in my office, and we expressed a concern about their lack of concern for those residents. They came in and tried to bully the people. We explained to them that they need to have someone on site 24/7 that can address the issues, that they can meet the people and address them as human beings like their tenants, and not like to come in here and try to just bully them and charge money. We have inspectors on site. We did sales inspection. They've had numerous violations, and we told them until those violations are complete, they will not be permitted new tenants. Now, they have rented 2 or 3 or 4 units, and summonses have been issued, and we're recommending a $2,000 fine for each one of those summonses. So that's the only way that we can ensure that things are being done, is to not permit them to allow more new tenants. I know that hurts their cash flow, but they got to step up and make the improvements for the people that have the units that are occupied. The ones that aren't occupied, do those later, but get the ones that are occupied now repaired. So that's our stance from code enforcement. Again, we have met with owners on 3 or 4 occasions. They do have a new site manager on site. My staff went there yesterday to introduce themselves to that person. We need to improve the communication between the owners, my office, and the tenants. So that's our goal, Councilman. Okay.
At this time, if the Venice Park ownership would like to say a couple words.
It won't be long, please.
Can I speak?
Say your name.
Hi, my name is Solomon Freitag, Senior Management for our Fremont Management. Thank you for the opportunity to address you all and the residents of Venice Park. I very much appreciate the director being forthcoming with our management team. We've taken over in the past other properties in other municipalities with the same goal that we took over this property, which is to improve the property, improve the quality of life for our residents, and improve the management from what was there previously. And we've accomplished that goal in other properties quite successfully. Every time there's a transition, there is a learning curve, and it does take some time. We do acknowledge some of the frustrations that Linda mentioned and expressed. A lot of that is due, unfortunately, to the nature of the previous management not providing us with a lot of the necessary documentation or providing us with, unfortunately, inaccurate statements, ledgers, and leases. Prior to our taking over the property, prior management did not allow us to engage in any conversation with the maintenance staff that was on staff or the office staff. Prior to our actually closing title, we had tried to approach them as a standard, and unfortunately, due to our inability to communicate with them, many of them left. That left us in a position we were basically building from the ground up. I'm very proud of the achievements we've made so far, and we have a way to go. I will mention that, like Director Finch recognized, we do have a property manager who's here on site, Max, who's in the office, available for all residents to come and approach him. This was something that's been brought to our attention, that there should be somebody available to meet with the residents, and he is there every day for them to meet. And like Linda pointed out, we can't cure problems we are not aware of. If residents have issues, like she mentioned, in their units for months or years, that predates us quite a bit. We just got here like in July. So obviously we didn't, weren't aware of those issues or didn't neglect those issues. And we're very focused on having those issues addressed. And we implemented a number of other improvements. I think Councilman Crouch witnessed that the garbage collection and the maintenance, the cleanliness of the property has been significantly improved. That's something we don't mess around with. We make sure every day, first thing in the morning, we have a number of our maintenance people here who very diligently clean the property, make sure there's no filth and no garbage, no waste, even if it's residents who are dropping bags outside of dumpsters. We have, like I mentioned, Max, who now all the calls will be going to him directly. We have one of our crew, Kamal, who's here, who has spent many hours, I would say, calling at least 40 or 50 residents, attempting to get through to them, to get access to their units, to make repairs. I think he got through to 5, and the others he left messages. We put notes on doors requesting access so we can make repairs, and we have not gotten responses. We are very interested in working with the residents, and I do recognize that there definitely was some frustration. I think it was mostly due to, like I mentioned, lack of information and miscommunication, but we're very happy that they've approached us, and Director Finch has approached us. Some of them have actually raised their own concerns about units being left vacant for an extended period of time, which leads to potentially homeless or squatters accessing the property. So it's just a blight property to have a large portion of vacant units. But repairs, we've been able to start doing roof repairs, very old exterior lighting was lacking for, and we've already started some in new lighting. We'll continue to install more. We are here to work with the resident, to work with the town. We absolutely appreciate and respect their need to be treated properly, and we want to do that. That is a goal, and we want to work together with them to make their quality of life and homes more comfortable. Already had the boiler come down and inspect all of the boilers at all the properties because we don't have any of the maintenance staff from the previous owner. We don't know the status of the different boilers. Some of them are iffy, so we already have that all lined up, so we should be ready for boiler season, and we take that seriously, as well as all the other quality of life issues. So Like I mentioned, we're available. There's somebody in the office every day. Please, please come into the office. If you have any concerns with your previous balance or your ledgers, we will absolutely correct it. If your renewals are incorrect, we will absolutely correct it. Like Linda had mentioned, the residents were concerned about notices being put out. That is actually a corporate policy at all the properties, but due to the request from director, we stopped doing that as well. So we're here to work with them. We're happy to work with them. And if you have an issue with your unit, please allow us access to do the repairs that we would like to do. And we look forward to a wonderful relationship and a productive, management experience with the entire Venice Park Apartments. Thank you for the opportunity.
Council President, at this point, we are going to go on with committee reports, and then we will continue on with public portion.
So I don't have a report, but I do have an announcement. And I'll try to be brief. So it is with a full heart tonight, that I would like to announce, at the end of this month, I will be pursuing a new professional opportunity, that unfortunately directly conflicts with me serving on council. As such, tonight will be my last meeting serving this great city as a council member, with my official last day being next Wednesday. It's been a true honor to serve the city I grew up in and call home. I want to especially thank the voters of Atlantic City for not only trusting me with such an important job, but also for continuously holding me accountable along the way. I take solace in the fact that I've either stood beside or argued against pretty much everyone up here on this dais at some point in time. Pretty much everyone, I said. Because for me, it was never about personalities or teams, but rather the issues and to move on to my next chapter. I'm grateful for the incredible experiences and growth I've had here. Again, I would truly like to thank all of my colleagues, the mayor and the entire administration, the clerk's office, and of course, the residents. And I don't want to call this a goodbye, but rather I'll see you later. Thank you.
Because that really caught me by surprise. We'll have comments after we go around. Councilwoman, any report?
No report.
Councilman Shabazz?
I'm a little stunned.
Take it back.
Let me say this though, if I may, before I give my report, council.
No, don't get one up on everybody. Do your report, and we're gonna come back. No one up on them. No, you're not running up on everybody. Do your report.
Okay.
We'll come back. Like we said, we all shot.
Am I being suppressed, Mr.
Yes,
King?
that's the
Yes.
present time.
Yes. Where's the BA? Oh, okay. Okay, seriously, the Planning and Development Committee met on September 4th, our regular meeting. And I would ask my colleagues for support of the items that we brought forth. If I may, I just wanted to highlight a couple that I think are important. There's been some talk, and I want to praise the administration for their support of our development efforts, particularly Weeks Park is moving forward. And I want to thank Director Howard, who has worked with us. It seems like only yesterday, but it's been about 4 years that we have been working on Weeks Park. You know that, Mr. President, yourself. And Weeks Park is coming to fruition. It is a historical park in our community, named after really Councilman Weeks' grandfather, who was an entrepreneur, a civic leader, and a philanthropist here in Atlantic City, who really broke the color barrier in a real way for African Americans in business. I'll ask for the support for that. Also, the redevelopment plans for Bellevue Avenue and the Northeast Inlet, which are taking place. And also an affordable housing presentation we had at the meeting by Charles Oliver, who is going to help us with home ownership and affordable housing development. Ocean Casino, which is in the first ward, wants to string lights across the boardwalk. And we are very supportive of this. The more lights we have across the city, the better in every area. 1 South New York Avenue, I have been sounding and beating the drum and with support from my colleagues that we have to do something about the center of the city, particularly Renaissance Plaza, and there's going to be some very good announcements coming. I think that everyone will be pleased about what's happening in Renaissance Plaza, but particularly now 1 South New York Avenue, we have some very credible developers who have purchased that building, who are going to rehab that building, and it's going to be 52 units of market rate housing. There's also going to be some affordable units in there. And lastly, Mr. President, we want to oppose the New Jersey PAC rules, which, although I'm an environmentalist and in favor of environmental activism, these rules appear to be a little too stringent, and we're going to ask the council to support us in opposing them. That's my report.
Thank you, sir.
The Revenue and Finance Committee met on Wednesday, September 4th, and I will highlight just a couple items. We discussed the validation of a payment to ACIA for demolition of the fire damaged properties on Georgia Avenue. All those properties are going to get torn down. We also have a resolution to accept the grant for the Atlantic County Division of Public Health and Childhood Lead Poisoning for $70,500. Another grant from New Jersey Division of Highway Traffic and Safety, and that's for $8,750. Also, a resolution to accept the grant from New Jersey Board of Public Utilities for $250,000. And there's an agreement between the city and the Inlet CDC for $32,000 for fundings for 3 cameras at the bulkhead at Gartens Basin, which ACPD will also have access to. That's just some of the items that I wanted to highlight. Thank you.
Council President, so for a 6th Ward report, first thing is, based on like feedback from residents in the summer, there were a couple themes, and arguably like the biggest concern that people have actually is about something that's just over the border into the 5th Ward, and that is the abandoned Atlantic Club building. And so, there's larger issues with that it just sits there decaying for year after year without much visible improvement. But I was recalling an ordinance we passed last year to require buildings to do exterior lighting. And so I want to put it on the record that it's at least the perspective of the residents that we're not enforcing our ordinance when it comes to the requirement for exterior lighting on buildings like that are abandoned. The situation is a real safety concern in addition to being an eyesore, the building deteriorating, people potentially getting hit with debris similar to the Trump Plaza, but also at night. It's actually, I joked around, it's a miracle that we haven't had more assaults and things of that nature in the area with all those dark crevices. I really believe our people's guardian angels are on overdrive protecting them, but lights aren't protecting them, and the enforcement of our ordinance is not protecting them. So in my report, I'm making a request if we could please either start doing it, or if you're trying and they're not doing it, it would be nice for us to have a report that we don't pass these ordinances and they just kind of go by the wayside. So that's one. 2 is the situation with the Lower Chelsea bulkhead. It just continues to be very frustrating. So a lot of the job's been done, but now we're in tree planting season, and there's no tree planting for the finishing, for the aesthetics. The lights haven't been turned on. Some of them are kind of dangling because I guess a car hit one of them. The outfall pipe lining through the pipes that kind of go out to the water were like dangling from a supposedly new project, et cetera. Now I get that it's not on the city, so this shouldn't be any type of reflection on Public Works by any means. This is a contractor type issue, and there's legal action and all this, but people are frustrated that the minute somebody lawyers up, common sense things like finishing turning on the lights and planting trees just freeze. And I don't think that's right. So I wanted to put that out there publicly, that whatever we can do to just try to, yeah, at least cosmetically deal with the situation while you work out the other legal issues. It's not fair to residents. And lastly, there was an incident yesterday in the ward that made this get on my report. I've been getting consistent feedback about the lack of a visible policing presence in the ward. And the frustration was initially that the NCO, the Neighborhood Coordinating Officer Project, was really scaled back at the beginning of the summer. If not all four, 3 of the 4 officers were pulled to the Boardwalk Project, which was important. But here we are months in, and now we've got shootings in the ward, like what happened yesterday, and consistent reports throughout the summer of just a lack of visible presence in both Chelsea Heights and Lower Chelsea. So the summer's over. We need to bring back the NCO project into all the wards, not just the 6, but we got to bring it back into the wards. That's what the grant funding was for. It was for restricted purposes of having those officers in the ward. And we just need more visible patrols with the type of calls that you're getting in both Chelsea Heights and Lower Chelsea. It's not just the shooting yesterday, it's an uptick of harassment and assaults and things of that nature that like we need visible policing. And so that's my report. Thank you.
Council President, just to piggyback on Councilman Kurtz, if you go the cross bridge at the Hilton on the Ventnor side, coming towards the inlet, the glasses broke out and just hang in there. Somebody can get decapitated if that falls onto the street. So we can get someone to go out there and right away get that addressed before someone gets hurt. Secondly, about 2 weeks ago in Chelsea Heights, I get surrounded by 8 kids circling my vehicle on a bike. Didn't know what to do. I escaped them, went another way. As I was coming home, they caught me again at Filbert and Annapolis Avenue. Again, they circled me, but this time they pulled out guns and pointed guns at me. Thank God I didn't have my gun on me.
Please clarify. Guns or Orby guns? Or those?
Well,
'cause we
let
got
me finish and then you
okay.
could, yeah, let me finish. Because it's a very good point. I was able to escape without hurting anybody. But my point being is 2 weeks prior to that, kids actually shot guns where 8 9mm casings were found at the Raleigh Avenue Bird Sanctuary. These kids that circled me and have circled other people since and did that had toy guns that looked real. Which very easily, if I made the wrong decision or somebody else made the wrong decision, we could have killed them trying to get away once somebody points a gun. They pulled knives. They pulled knives on people at the school where a cop had to come running out of his house, literally in his underwear to protect the kids. It happened on the football field. And we definitely need more of a presence because you see the 4 kids last night got arrested with the guns, teenagers. You don't know if they're real or if they're fake. And these kids are playing with these Orby guns running around like cops and robbers and stuff, but somebody could seriously get hurt if someone panics and goes the wrong way. I was hoping the chief of police would be here tonight so that we could talk to him about it and get some more help to maybe go talk. We got the parents' numbers because we caught the kids and they could have been charged with real guns because if you fake gun or not, if you attempt to do something like that, kid game or not, you get charged as a real gun. So I just want to bring it to the administration's attention, your attention, before somebody gets hurt making the wrong decision, whether it's a toy or real. But we have both real and fake out there right now being played with by young teenage kids.
The chief is not. I don't know why the chief's not here tonight. He must have had a personal reason, but I will definitely give him a buzz tomorrow. Your case about I always want to call it the Hilton, but I've been getting complaints about the lighting down there. So we'll address that. And I'll make sure that I get back to both of you with what comes up, okay? Can you hear me? All right, okay. That's the end of the reports, Paula.
All right, so Council President, we will continue with good and welfare.
Yes.
And the first name on the list is Sean O. Donovan.
And before Mr. Donovan speaks, I'd just like to let the audience know, we have a large audience tonight, and most of it is pertaining to one subject. So you will be allowed 2 minutes. That's it. No 3. This is Atlantic City. This is the chamber that Atlantic City has, and we call the rules. And the rules are, because it's time consuming, we have a lot of people in the audience. Everybody gets a chance to speak, but you will get 2 minutes. If you can't get it in 2 minutes, God bless you. Come up.
Yes, my name is Sean Donovan. I'm a Atlantic City resident, and I'm also a marine engineer. I am in opposition of the windmills due to their inefficiency and their exorbitant risks.
This is not a ball game, and it will be no clapping.
What's going on is the windmills are an experiment, and they're bound to fail. And normally, when you do an experiment, you would do 1 instead of 100. And we're actually thinking about putting 800 on the East Coast. If we go forward with these windmills, they will be idle in 5 to 7 years, and we'll recognize this failure. The combined engineering efficiencies are going to make it so they don't work. Power is what we get when we generate electricity. There's going to be too much of a voltage drop. Everybody's seen high tension lines. They're jacked up by transformers. They're very, very high voltages. That's not possible from a wind farm because there's so many individual points of making power. Also, the risks are incredible. All the workers are going to have to go out there in boats in bad weather. You could have a Category 3 or Category 2 hurricane wipe them out. There is going to be no residential battery banks that are going to be able to store wind power. If we're totally relying on that and it goes down to 25 degrees, people are going to die in their houses that can't evacuate. The oil seals can fail in the turbines, dumping all the oil in the ocean. There's not anybody out there to watch them permanently. You get a northeaster come through here at 32 degrees Fahrenheit. The rain will freeze on the blades. It will be a unstable airflow, and it could fail. And all these things are going to happen. I would encourage city council to encourage people to go for trades like diesel mechanics and air conditioning and realize that these windmill jobs are just not going to last. Thank you.
Thank you. You did an excellent job in 2 minutes. Thank you. So it can be done. It can be done.
Cecilia Sharif.
Shafiria Sharif. Okay.
Sandra Robinson.
Sandra's here.
My name is Sandra Robinson. Thank you. I'm a Shore Park, Atlantic City housing resident. I'm not here to argue, but I'm here to get to it straight. Got 2 minutes. When are y'all gonna fix Shore Park High Rise? You ain't mentioned us at all. You haven't mentioned that we have a building that is falling. We haven't gotten it yet. Hannon was the director, executive director. He was taken out of there because he robbed Atlantic City housing. Now I want to talk about the roof and all the different situations that have occurred in Shore Park High Rise. Commissioners don't bring it up. I've been to Shore, I've been to different meetings, and I found out that the residents are where I live at. They ain't even thought about that the building has complications that are not human. More sewage, no electricity. Water is contaminated and the damn building is falling. We were given a manager 4 years ago who told us that the building was falling. It's no elevator. I still got a doggone demon in it. He's involved and don't bother me because I can pray. But the rest have been stuck on the building. Our department has been in there. And we got a situation now that's a little bit strange. No letter, no information, but yet we had a maintenance man that came in our building and took the doggone safety alarms, strings that we used to pound. Now we got a doggone down there that we got a tab. But we don't even know, because I found out yesterday, the new construction that they have for emergencies, it don't, I talked 2 minutes.
Yes, you did, Sandy, and we appreciate it.
Let's take care of housing.
Thank you.
It's
Thank
important.
you. Thank you, Sandy.
Important.
Thank you.
It's important. If you don't.
Thank you, Sandy. Please, I'm asking you in the audience, this is not a baseball, football game. This is a serious issue and no clapping. Thank you,
Brooks
Sandy.
Garrison,
Thank you, Sandy. Yeah, Sandy's on fire. That's my girl. I went to school with Sandy.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, 2 minutes. Thank you very much, council, for hearing me. I am Brooks Garrison. I'm a registered architect in New Jersey with over 30 years of experience, 40 years in a second family architectural business. And I am the architect that relocated the Department of Public Works and did the Borgata deal for Atlantic City, one of the greatest land swap deals probably in history. Well, I'm here tonight to testify and to talk about the offshore wind land swap for public parkland, Green Acres land, for swampland that can't be developed. I think it's wrong. I think the council needs to study it further. Council Ward number 5 wasn't even represented at the original vote, so obviously there can't be a binding vote tonight without representation from the neighborhood
Yes,
for
it
which
can
that
be.
will be affected. All of you received a document that I produced along with Sherry Lenfeld. The document is called Potential Development and Liabilities with the construction of the cable route through the city. So specifically, the cable route has alternatives. In this report that we gave you, we have alternative routes that are available that don't affect the city of Atlantic City. From 1854 to today, there's underground utilities throughout the streets and cables and issues. When those are disturbed with a cable running through the city, that will disturb all of the residents. The cable route currently goes right up Sovereign Avenue School, right past the school to Pete Polito Field, the construction staging area at Pete Polito Field. The construction will take more than a year. My expertise in K-12 school district tells me, and all parents and grandparents in the room can tell you, if you disturb a school during the school year, you will have hell to pay. You need to phase that construction, understand the construction liabilities, and deal with the construction logistics that could be up during that construction period. Student parking and drop-off. My 2 minutes is up. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank
Please
you.
read the report. All
you.
received.
Thank
You will
you.
get one. Thank you.
Mr. President,
Yes.
if I could, I know it's out of order, but I want to ask this young Mr. Garrison, are you the one that's responsible for improperly putting the city logo on?
You
a
can sit
report?
down.
You can sit down.
You can sit down.
If you know, are you the one that did that?
Yes, sir. I apologize.
Well-
corrected it and you received a revised copy.
Well, I just wanted to say for the record, and every council person can speak for themselves if necessary in administration.
No, you're gonna speak.
Good.
Go.
I think that is improper. Improper. You said you were a professional engineer, and I accept that. But I think it's improper for you to take the city logo
That's it.
and affix it to something that you sent out. Now, I know that's improper. It's unprofessional. And it is insidious. How do you get the nerve to take the city logo of any city, but we particularly Atlantic City, affix it to something that you put out to give people the impression that it might be a city document? You have your right to your opinion.
May I respond?
No, you can't, because you know what? That was wrong. It was incorrect
Come on, man.
and you weren't right.
I apologize. for that.
That's not, apology is not needed. You've already made the mistake. Next.
Comment, Council President, before our next speaker, just to chime in, I think it's a little heavy-handed, the criticism of the gentleman and his citizen group.
No, it's not. Not when he used the Atlantic City logo and he's from Bricantine. That is not out of line.
You yelling over me, I still disagree with you, Council President.
You can
And
disagree.
so what I'm saying is that
'Cause
you
you're
can yell and interrupt all you want to, and then
I
cut the
didn't say
people
not
off.
to clap.
They get 3 minutes, and then you cut them down to 2
That's
minutes,
right.
because you don't want to hear from them. You know, it's just not right.
Say what?
Now I'm going to continue my comments, sir. So they made an honest mistake. And the moment that it was pointed out to them, they corrected it. And I've made plenty of mistakes. So you maybe haven't. I have. It's
We all
all
have.
good. So what I find insulting to people of a different viewpoint on this issue is that you permitted the people who have a commercial venture before us, poised to make tons of money with their multinational companies backing them, their experts start and finish. So begin and end our meeting last time for minutes and minutes and minutes. And this gentleman, who's not a fly-by-night, who has credentials, who represents other point of view, is barely given 2 minutes because interrupted up there. That's not fair. That's out of order. And it's not right to the people that don't share your point of view.
Thank you, Mr. Councilman Crouch. All I ask you, Councilman Kirks, all I ask you is don't incite the audience. You have your right to
What?
X.
If I,
Yeah, go ahead.
I don't want to prolong this, but Councilman Kurtz, I respectfully disagree with you.
Yes.
In fact, your statement further makes more difficult for me to understand how this gentleman did it. He is a professional. He has a 32-year experience. He's not someone that just walked off the street.
That's right.
And we all make mistakes. I make mistakes all the
Me
time.
too.
Everyone makes mistakes. But it's not a mistake when you are a professional, when you are expressing the opposite opinion of something that the city is moving forward with, when you want to convince people of your opinion and you take the city seal and affix it to something you sent out. That's not a mistake. I don't know what it is. I can't speak for his intention, but that's not a mistake for a professional in this field who's trying to sway us to vote against it, putting the city seal on there.
Come on, man.
That's not, come on, that's
not a
more,
mistake.
that's not a mistake. I don't know what it is. I can't speak for him,
But it's not.
but I would hope that he doesn't do that again. I would hope that in his professional life, that he doesn't go to cities,
That's not our Atlantic City residents.
we don't
acting
do
like
that in Atlantic City.
We don't do that.
And
Got guess.
I hope he doesn't do that anymore. That's all. That's my point.
Thank you. Yes.
So I just want to say on behalf of the administration, I consider that a crime, not a mistake. When you take a city seal, not a logo,
That's
a
right.
seal, which each one of you raised your hand and took an oath to protect, you should take it seriously. I took it seriously because when it was sent to me, I saw the seal and I was wondering which one of you council people put this out.
Called you, remember?
Yes, and I was very upset. I got a legal team involved, and I think Mike did what he needed to do. But we should never accept that. Never, that someone puts something out that looks like it's coming from you guys
That's
up there
right.
or city administration using the city seal. That's a sacred seal for us. So I just want to say that I understand mistakes. There's a lot of people on trial for mistakes. I was going to really do what I needed to do to protect the city seal, and I will always do that. And I do respect what you're saying as well. So I didn't know it was that gentleman. I just found out tonight.
Me too.
So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So we can get back on course. No, sir. No, no, sir. You cannot. Paula, call the next person, please.
Sherry Lilienfeld.
Good evening,
You
council.
got this.
Atlantic City already faces enough negative challenges without adding to them by allowing the Atlantic Shores project to wreak further havoc on our community. The Atlantic Shores project threatens to destroy the local real estate market, ruin the boardwalk and tourism, and jeopardize the health and safety of thousands of residents. I'm wondering if you know what is going to happen at the Atlantic landfall site. That's the parking lot right next to the Ritz. It will be a major construction zone for 2 to 3 years with large, noisy equipment, constantly at work at the site. And the packet that you had talked about some of those sound levels. According to Atlantic Shores documents, sound levels from equipment could reach 117 decibels, and that's equivalent to standing 50 feet from a jet engine taking off. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't want to live near that. So let's not also forget Pete Polito Field, which is mentioned in your new resolution. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Are you listening? Okay.
Yes, we are.
Okay.
And your 2 minutes gonna run out.
I know. Pete Polito Field in your resolution will also be a major construction site for 2 to 3 years. Where are the children from the community going to go to play when this is occurring? 2 to 3 years, by the way, in their reports. So also the vibrations will cause major damage and be very noisy. So I'd like you to consider who is going to pay for repairs. I was at the last meeting when Atlantic Shores, yeah, we'll have someone on site you can call. But you really need to think about the insurance policies that you have in the bonding. When those buildings start to crack, you know what happens when a condo building starts to crack? It gets condemned. Who is going to relocate these people? Where are they going to go?
Thank you.
And who pays?
Thank you very much.
Do your job.
Cynthia Picaric.
Evening, council. My purpose here today is to advocate for children. I'm a retired Cynthia Picaric. I'm a retired teacher, literacy coach, and court-appointed special service advocate. I stand before you today to address serious concerns about the environmental justice implications of the Atlantic Shores offshore wind project and its impact on Atlantic City. Environmental justice laws exist to ensure that all communities, particularly those made up of minority populations, are protected from harmful environmental and health risks. Atlantic City, where over 81% of residents are minorities, is a prime example of a community that these laws are supposed to safeguard. Yet the Atlantic Shores project has done little to show how it will improve the conditions for these residents. Instead, residents are being asked to bear the burden of significant risk without receiving the promised benefits. A major concern is health risks associated with the project, the installation of high voltage cables carrying over 500,000 volts through neighborhoods, schools, parks, and even beaches. They pose potential long-term threats to public health. The electromagnetic fields emitted by these underground cables have been linked to serious health issues, including cancer and developmental disorders. Children in particular are at risk as they are more vulnerable to the effects of EMS exposure. These cables will run through areas where children play, attend school, and live their daily lives. Are we willing to gamble with their safety and health? In addition to the health risks, this project will result in the destruction of vital public spaces and cause significant disruption to our community. The Atlantic Shores project will affect places like Pete Polito Field. Thank you for letting me speak.
Mohammed Mursalin.
that be allowed? Can we have the next three people together so we could translate all at once and save time? Yes. All right, sure. So the next. How's it going? I'm Mohammed Muslim. I represent 2633, 2635, 2637, 2639 Arctic Avenue, 37 North Stanton Place, and a few other residents. So I feel like Proposition 670, right, is going against what people believe in and what we need to do. Is a vote no for it if you are gonna have another vote. And another thing is, I understand that the seal was brought up and you used incorrectly, but I think you should look at the packet and understand what the people are trying to use, right? And the packet doesn't take away from what we are trying to attain to you or get your understanding of. So that way we're trying to figure out is like, hey, if you can vote for the people and understand where we're coming from, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Mr. Musallin, are you Atlantic City resident?
Yes.
Okay, the next person is Zaire Rahman. Oh, all three, okay, okay. And that also includes Liftar Rahman? Sujan Ahmed? Same. Joy Symington? Yeah, if you could just state your name.
Hi, I'm Joy Symington. I am a resident and taxpayer property owner in the city. I am not happy about these offshore wind turbines. I feel that the county or the council here decided on them and isn't actually listening to anything we're saying, that you took the money from the wind companies and sold us out. Look what happened in March. Look what happened. Look, this is my 2 minutes. If the shoe fits. Martha's Vineyard had broken blades, had their beaches closed. I'd like to ask, when all of you go on vacation, do any of you go and sit at an industrial park for a week? Well, that's what our beach is going to turn into. No one wants it. You think it's green energy? The only thing is green is the money that they're making and that they're paying to you guys to look the other way. You're not being a city council for the people. You're being one for the companies that are making all the money off of our property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me,
Yes, go ahead.
Miss, I didn't catch your name, and I apologize for. Please, don't insinuate I've taken anything. Yes, you did. Please, don't insinuate I've taken this.
Back and forth with her, all right? She made an accusation.
I'm saying it bold and loud. You're wrong. I'm born and raised here.
All right. Councilman, don't go back and forth with her. She made an accusation. We don't have to go with that. Okay? Next. Desperate people do desperate things. That's why they use the seal.
We are trying to save our beaches. We're trying to save our shores. When those things are out there falling.
Miss, if you keep talking, I'm gonna ask you be dismissed.
I don't think you're listening anyway.
Call the next.
Susan Dulver?
Hi, Susan Dolder, 3501 Boardwalk. I'm an owner of 2 units. I don't live here full time, but I'm here a lot of the year. I took my own, made a flyer, went to the school, Sovereign Avenue School in the morning, distributed the flyer to the parents, distributed on the boardwalk to store owners on Labor Day weekend, all buildings along the beaches. Whoever would listen to me, and people do not know that this windmill project is coming through this town. And I feel like when it happens, people are gonna say, why didn't we get a chance to vote for this? You voted for us, but nobody knows about it. And I'm really concerned. I'm trying to do everything in my power to educate the people that these huge global corporations are taking away our beautiful beaches. That's all I really have to say.
Patty DeRue.
Cause I timed it for 3. We can sing happy birthday for 15 minutes, but you can't listen to this. Okay, anyway, here we go. I was blown away by the last meeting. Okay, you city council members have a crucial decision to make. It's a decision that will likely have catastrophic consequences for decades to come. It's one that should be based on many months of both individual and collaborative research. The most recent city council meeting was like a dog and pony show. It was obvious that most of you either knew nothing about this project or you already knew how you were going to vote and wanted to make it look like you were making a well thought out decision. You who hold the health and well-being of thousands of city residents were asking the salesman from Atlantic Shores their opinion for things for over an hour. What do you think they're going to say? Okay, the question you asked were shocking. Atlantic Shores still doesn't have answers for major concerns. They don't have specifics as far as the cabling and quality protection. What about the battery storage? That whole block next to the Ritz, is that going to be those white metal containers with the lithium ion batteries? If they explode, the fire department can't even put them out. Let's see, the negative consequences are staggering, have the potential to sicken, harm, destroy, and cause the death of both people and marine life. Seems like you're willing to gamble with the health and well-being of thousands of city residents that are supposed to be afforded environmental justice by the law. Okay, have you not read any written literature by Bohm? Do you not understand these monstrosities will negatively affect navigation, search, and rescue? Have you not read that this energy is not green and will be far more expensive and more destructive than traditional fossil fuels? Do you understand that one broken turbine blade from the Nantucket disaster has yet to be cleaned up by Vineyard Wind and thrown his hand up? And you know what? As a retired teacher from Atlantic City High School,
Thank you very much.
get a fair.
Thank you. Have a
Diane Carrington or Carrigan.
Are you the cameraman or are you?
Diane Carrigan.
Excuse me, sorry.
Nicole Hoffman. Nicole, if you could
Hi,
state your name.
Nicole Hoffman. I'm a part-time resident of Atlantic City.
Thank you.
Much of this has been said already. The environmental impacts of this, I oppose the offshore wind project. The environmental impacts are well stated and well known. The impact to human life is a real gamble and something that we don't know everything about, but those cables going underneath the middle of the city, that needs to be taken really seriously. The disruption to the residents of specifically to that area of the city, but to all of us who enjoy the beach and to the tourism is well known, and that needs to be considered. There's no short-term economic gain. The payback is long. There's no evidence that any of us are going to reap lower energy bills from this project happening. And finally, the residents don't want this. The people who vote you all into office don't want this. So why aren't you listening to what the residents want and act accordingly? Thank you.
Mary Kenner.
I'll let you do it.
And Mary, if you could state your name and your town.
Hi, my name is Mary Keener. I'm a full-time resident, property owner, taxpayer in Atlantic City. I've been listening to the many talking points regarding this wind turbine issue for quite a while now. And it really just feels like city council just doesn't really care about input from people who in fact have elected you and put you there. The Fifth Ward has many ethnic groups in it, mostly the most diverse in the city. Did city council or anybody from the city ever think of informing them what's going to be going on right in their neighborhoods, taking into account that many of them maybe don't speak English as well, might not understand as well what's going on right underneath their homes in their neighborhoods? Maybe this could have been put on a referendum ballot instead. It just seems that there's no interest to engage with the diverse minority communities in the city. It appears that there's only this interest in pleasing these multi-billion-dollar companies who come in and will rip up our neighborhoods and all they do is make it, and all that you guys do is make it easier for them to do it. Additionally, what kind of bad deal are we getting here? Atlantic Shores wants to trade our beaches, boardwalk, Pete Polito Field, our children's ball fields, the boathouse, and Bader Field for Atlantic City streets that only exist on paper because they happen to be under the bay. I'll look for them next time I'm kayaking. Thank you.
Andy Goodpaster.
The cameraman.
I'm still Andy Goodpast. The study showing 4 milligauss is causing more leukemia. The expert from Atlantic Shores 4 weeks ago was denying that it was there. I got 500 studies sitting around my place. I study studies. 4 milligauss. It's 3 times the price of solar, geothermal, methane. It's a bad technology. 50% of the people in the US are one paycheck away from being homeless. 3 times the price of solar, geothermal, methane. 15% drop in tourism. Is that going to help the homeless here? 15% drop. That's South Carolina study. The North Atlantic right whale, 2035, all the females that can reproduce are going to be dead without the turbines. And they're going right through the path of the turbines. It's just a bad technology. You know, the carbon footprint, the the UN Intergovernmental Panel is saying it won't even affect the carbon footprint. So everybody that talks about global warming, which I believe in, it's not going to even affect the carbon footprint. There's a number of other points that should be talked about, but it's just a bad technology. You got to really research this stuff. Everybody has an opinion, and it seems like nobody researches. I don't know why that is. It's everybody on Facebook. Okay, thank you. No.
Where you from?
It's Princeton.
Thank you.
Say it loud. Where you from?
Princeton.
Oh, heck of a drive.
Cindy Owens. State your name and town, please.
I'm Cindy Owen, local Atlantic City. Council is voting tonight on entering a construction agreement between the city and Atlantic Shores, which includes the controversial cable path that plows through our Fifth Ward in the city. This subject and any clear detailed information regarding this cable path seems to be unavailable, almost elusive to us and the communities it will be running through. You will be disrupting the whole city and its critical infrastructure, our roads, beaches, ocean, and our antiquated electrical, sewer, gas, and water piping systems, some of which are 100 years old or older. The Fifth Ward in our city will be hit the hardest. Our Fifth Ward is the most ethnically diverse ward in Atlantic City. Our Fifth Ward is also among the top 5 most diverse census tracts in the entire state of New Jersey. What you are doing to this, why are you doing this to them and their children and our beautiful communities of color? This is not fair or equitable. You are targeting a vulnerable population. What you are doing is a want, not a need. You want these turbines. We don't need these turbines. What we want is our greatest asset, our ocean. We want our beaches and ocean and fishing industry and air shows and beach concerts and all that dependable revenue that comes with it. You're taking that away to support unreliable wind technology that does not work. These turbines, the tallest turbines ever seen on the East Coast, approximately 900 feet tall, have never been tested in the Mid-Atlantic region where we have consistent hurricanes and superstorms. Think Superstorm Sandy. Look at what happened at Martha's Vineyard. They're still cleaning it up. It's going to happen here. It's just a matter of time. You just need one blade to break and shatter into 1 million fiberglass pieces. It won't just affect our beach. It will affect all beaches down the line. These are the risks you are putting on our shoulders and the shoulders of our children. Why are you doing this? There's no proposed substation in Atlantic City. What is the guarantee that Atlantic City is going to receive any electricity, and how much money has and is Atlantic City receiving from Atlantic Shores and its corporate partners? Please elaborate on this. Thank you.
You know, before you call the next person, I think everybody in the audience that's coming up here to speak, we know what we're doing up here and we know what we're voting on. We're only voting on a resolution for them to go to the DEP. Do you know that? So why are, yeah, it does matter. No, Mr. Disingenuous. Disingenuous. You should really never say anything. Next.
You slandering me to public meeting? No, I said when you put the seal of Atlantic City.
Let me just say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a moment, please. To the extent that any persons in this room are making statements that affect other persons' characters, please understand your statements are not protected. All right, so just be very careful, everyone, with what you say, and guard yourself and attempt to be professional as well as courteous. That's all I'm going to say from an attorney's perspective. Just be very careful, all of you, everyone, from the top of the dais all the way down to the back.
Council President? Council President, I have a question of the administration based on the last comment. How much, if anything, has the city of Atlantic City received from Atlantic Shores to date? I think that's a good question.
The city just has the, no. We haven't received anything yet. The only thing we're dealing with is an escrow where anything that they want us to look at that we use our professionals to look at is on their dime. When the taxpayers aren't paying anything for us to review what they want us to look at. But nothing has been exchanged at this point. So I'm just listening to folks make accusations as well. You know we can't accept money unless you say so. You haven't voted on anything. So everybody on council should know we haven't received anything yet. So, and I do understand where council's coming from, and I do understand how upset you got when folks said that, but none of that's been on the agenda. The city has not received any funding or payoffs or anything like that.
Has there been any talks about host fees yet? Any talks yet?
So they do want to be a partner with the city and the residents and throughout the entire city. So of course, we are entertaining those conversations.
And just to, respond back, and I appreciate the clarification because, and I shouldn't say this for all of us, we can disagree without casting aspersions or motive. And so I'm not doing that with you. I want to be clear on that one. But I've been part of meetings where we've discussed potential funding sources, and it's been spoken of very matter of factly that one of either the existing sources of funds or soon to be available are grants or community benefit agreements from Atlantic Shores. So I know that's been part of the conversation, and I just, I think it was good for the record. How much have we received? And I actually think Councilman Tibbetts' question is good too. Like, you can talk about stuff, but in the conversation, what has been discussed in terms of those partnerships, like whatever term we want to give it to it, that when the dust clears, the city of Atlantic City from like a grant source or community development agreement would receive funding. I think that's a good question.
So if I can respond to that. So when we have meetings, of course, different departments have wish lists and they say, we wish this, can somebody fund this? And they're looking for different things. So that's why we have those discussions, and we don't talk about them in public because they're wish lists from departments. And they may say whoever they think can fund it. Can we ask this? Can we ask the state? Can we ask the county? I never say anything like that because we don't know what's going to happen. So like I said, you've been sitting in meetings and you've heard folks say, can they do that? Can they do this? You haven't had any conversation where we say, oh, they're going to do this, because as a council person, they can't do anything unless you vote on it. So it can't be matter of fact. It has to go through council. Nothing has been presented to council, but you are aware that we're not going to let Atlantic Shores come into the city and disrupt the city, and they're not going to be a partner with the taxpayers.
Thank you, Mr. DA. Very good. Paula, next.
Ina Novikova. Please state your name and town, please.
My name is Ina Novikova. I am a resident of Savarino Avenue. I am the owner of 2 houses. I'm paying property taxes, and all of us know the difference between winter time on boardwalk and summertime. If the public beach will be closed after just this project, there will be no difference. There will be empty boardwalk, no tourists all year round. A lot of businesses will be closed. I have 2 houses on Sovereign, and one of those houses rented for short-term rental. We just got recovered for COVID, and tourists are coming now. Who's gonna give me compensation for not to have that business anymore? There is no good for us as a residents. The electricity bill will not go down. Instead, it will go up. The house's value will go down, and the property bills will go up. In addition, there will be health issue, and thousands of birds will be killed each year by the turbines. The turbines will stop dolphins migration. The sea world will be destroyed as well. Our neighborhood will be dead. There is a reason why Ocean City residents rejected this project, and now they are celebrating it. They fighted the project, and they went to strike and to the court. Do we have to do the same? The commercial project should not be done in residential area. It's not fair to build these turbines without any good reason for residents. We got nothing good out of it. This project will kill our neighborhood, destroy ecology, our sea world, birds, our businesses, and our lives. There is nowhere in the world these tall turbines and these high voltage cables in residential areas.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Lawrence Owen.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Lawrence Owen. I live in the 6th Ward of Atlantic City. I'm here to comment on the term clean renewable energy stated in several clauses of resolution number 670 presented by Council President Randolph. I want to share with you that wind power is neither clean or green. Example, Long Island Power Authority needs dirty climate changing temporary gas generators to produce supplemental power for the South Fork of Long Island, New York. Wind power alone is not enough for the demand. Question, are gas generators in the Atlantic Shores planned for Atlantic City to supplement the wind power? The largest contributors to the carbon footprint, which are utilizing the wind turbine generators and their components, are steel, aluminum, epoxy, thermoplastic resins, highly toxic concrete, fiberglass, and carbon fiber. Offshore demands 17 tons of these critical materials per wind turbine site. Second question, how are these contributors of direct greenhouse gases considered clean, renewable energy, as the resolution states? Each offshore substation uses 80,000 gallons of transformer oil, 50,000 gallons of diesel fuel, 300 gallons of hydraulic oil, 5,000 pounds of sulfur hexafluoride. This is not clean, renewable energy. Sulfur hexafluoride, or SF6, is an insulating medium for switchgears and used in each substation or wind turbine generator. It is a key chemical component in wind farm technology. It is also one of the world's most potent greenhouse gases and highly toxic. It is utilized again as an insulating medium and is necessary to bring electricity generated from the wind turbines to the onshore grid, which is proposed to cut through Atlantic City's Fifth Ward neighborhoods and playgrounds. The environment itself cannot mitigate SF6 as there are no non-existent environmental regulations in place to control this chemical hazard. No one here has acknowledged this problem. My third question, thank you.
Stephen Guyer.
Well, Councilman, thank you for the opportunity to speak. I represent 22 North Southern and 26 North Southern, and I'm against this project definitely. I live right on the corner with a school. There is a lot of kids, and I did my homework. I'm not the expert. I did my homework. To have this windmill cables go through the school will increase risk for little kids to get a cancer, like almost double, as well as leukemia risk to get for kids. That's the one problem. The other problem, the economic issue. There is no profit for the city at all. The jobs this project will create, like about they say like 80 jobs, right? The city will lose a lot more business, during the construction, and after the construction, there is no profit in any case. And pretty much that's all. Thank you.
Tom Jones. Tom Jones.
Evening, yes, I'm Tom Jones from Brigantine. A little bit of history. Several environmental contamination health disasters have occurred where industry and government either knew about the problems but did nothing or actively covered them up. Let me give you some notable examples. Number one, we Flint water crisis in Flint, Michigan, from 2014 until now. It's still ongoing. Number two, how the DuPont cover up, where DuPont was knowingly dumping PFOA and similar chemicals into Ohio and Pennsylvania from 1950s until the early 2000s, and only stopped when they were sued. Number three, what about Love Canal? The water contamination with PCBs. Number four, Hudson River PCB contamination in New York City. GE and local authorities were unaware of the environmental risks of the PCBs, but did little to stop dumping. This went on from 1947 to 1977. These disasters highlight the dangers of government and corporate negligence in addressing environmental and public health risks. In these cases, the lack of action or active cover-ups exacerbated the harm, leaving long-lasting consequences for affected communities. Do you want Atlantic City to make the history books for all the wrong reasons? Do you want your legacy to be how you played an active role in destroying our oceans and Atlantic City and contributed to health disasters of many residents of the community? By allowing Atlantic Shores to bring their cables onshore and run through most of the Ward 5, you are an active participant in the devastation that is on tap to Atlantic City and its residents. Thank you.
Alexander Dadashev. No. Gina Roche.
Hi, my name is Gina Roche Rosenberg. I live in the 5th Ward, and thank you very much for listening to me. I will try and get all my information out as quick as I can. Let's talk energy. The energy here at this meeting and the last meeting that we had. It feels as if the board has already made up their mind and that what we say does not matter. You're giving us 2 minutes to talk. The energy from the board feels as if we, the people who live and work here and put you into office, are the enemy. And don't we all want the same thing? Because I think we do. That's why you have these jobs, because you care, right? We want a safe living environment. We want everyone in our city to succeed. It's not the board against us, and it's not us against the board. It's all of us in this together, wanting to do what's best for our city. That's what I'm going to hold on to, looking at each and every one of you. Atlantic Shore Company has been turned down in many, many shore towns, already most recently in Ocean City, but not Atlantic City. Why? There is another route this company can take that would save our city. It will cost them a lot more money, but it would save us. With high-powered, extra high voltage cables handling tens of thousands of amperes under 3 schools, several ball fields and play fields, and 2,000 plus residencies. Safety and health risks. Our homes will depreciate exponentially. I won't want to buy a house that has cables like that running underneath it. I don't even want to live in Atlantic City if they're going to do that to my house. Who's going to compensate the homeowners and the renters for all of this? There is no compensation for the anguish and grief this board would be causing for each and every person living here if you vote for this. What about our quality of life during the upending of our city? I don't understand why many on this board are leaning so hard for this. I just don't get it. It feels like what we residents want does not matter. Why aren't our wishes being reflected in any conversations that this board is saying? Thank you.
Even though I asked you not to clap and you continue, that shows you how disrespectful you could be to us.
Louise. Bo Samuel. Brett Barman.
Hello, my name is Brett Barban, and I live at 117 St. David's Place. First, I'd like to thank City Council for voting to support Ordinance 50, which will provide a handicap parking space at 118 North Hartford Avenue. This will significantly help my neighbor who is blind and lives at the turn where Fairmount Avenue turns onto Hartford Avenue. Second, I'd like to welcome the new member to City Council, my councilman for the 5th Ward, Councilman Hook. Councilman, last month, dozens of 5th Ward residents spoke against Resolution 541, which concerned an electromagnetic cable to be drilled through the Chelsea neighborhood. This month, Resolution 670 continues the city down this dangerous path by ordering it to enter into a construction and restoration agreement with the company. In public, this agreement is only given a few words of description, leaving residents to wonder exactly what kind of disruptive construction will be taking place under their home, with the company publicly expressing and exercising eminent domain. Last month, Atlantic Shores also brought in their technical advisor, Dr. William Bailey. Dr. Bailey was paid to be here by Atlantic Shores to tell you only what the company wants you to hear. Dr. Bailey presented you with his academic credentials, but far more relevant in 2024 is that for the past 24 years, his salary has come from a consulting firm called Exponent, which hires out academics to their clients to provide the veneer of legitimacy for business ventures. His testimony, while mostly accurate, was extremely vague and had little to do with the specific cabling plan. In the August hearing, Dr. Bailey stated that, quote, "The electricity carried by the cables coming from the offshore wind farm is exactly the same electricity that powers all of our appliances," end quote. This is technically correct, but would be like saying the electricity you feel from touching an outlet is the same as at a lightning strike. We know the substance is the same, but there's an order of magnitude in difference. Nowhere in Atlantic City, or let alone Atlantic County, is there a 525 kilovolt transmission cable of similarly extreme high current that puts off a 63 microtesla magnetic field just 3 feet underground. We're not putting an appliance like a dishwasher, which has a 0.23 microtesla reading under our homes. This is an appliance.
Thank you, sir.
Higher voltage.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sharon Zappia.
Sharon's here. Hello, Sharon.
I'm going to make it quick. I have 2 minutes.
Yes.
I'd like to welcome Mr. Hawk, Councilman Hawk. I would like to welcome Councilman Hawk, and I prepared something. I'm not sure I want to read or I want to go a cappella, but I'm going to just go with this. Okay. Sharon Zappia, Atlantic City. Last month, our Councilman Mohammed Zia abstained from what was probably the most important agenda item voted on during his term, last term and this term, as he waited to be removed as city councilman by Judge Blake. I noted several inaccuracies in Atlantic Shore's plans and also other suspicious activity, beginning with the density of the population in the area that they have chosen for their underground transmission lines. In their report, it basically said that the area was not well populated. It is the most densely populated neighborhood in the city. And the possible motive for choosing this area that has been rejected by many other communities. The population of this neighborhood is comprised of a majority of hardworking immigrants who have little time to research or understand the effects that this may have on their health, their children's health, and the values of their largest investment, their home. I question whether Atlantic Shore Winds Farm expert witness had the qualifications to make the representations to the public regarding potential health issues and commentary on the studies. They cite using incomparable magnetic energy emissions that they do not accurately represent. The magnetometer readings in the magnetic fields we will be exposed to, the children who will be attending the schools and playing in fields that will be converted into magnetic cable fields. Representations made about the depth of the cables differ from the report to the testimony.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zappia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tammy Davis. Please state your name and town, please.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Good evening, council people. All right, my name is Tammy Davis, Atlantic City, 3rd Ward, and I'm like, come to some of these meetings and I'm shocked at behaviors, but that's never said, never there. I'm not here to argue with nobody. The bottom line is, let's talk about it. How's it in Atlantic City, whether you pay $2 or $2,000, there's a problem. Some type of infestation or some type of mold. That's my concern, but we ain't talking about that because y'all got other issues. I'll get back to that later. Also, how many dispensaries are we gonna overdose on? Because I had enough of them. I'm like, how many? Is it a limit? Do we have to do some type of petition? Because I haven't seen enough. And where are grocery stores? That's not anybody's vision. Don't anybody up here have a vision for a Wegmans, a Target that could be 3 levels or something in other cities? Y'all don't go visit other cities and how successful they are being. It's all about attack, attack, attack. Don't y'all understand? You took these positions and people, you know, you took these positions. People have opinions and they're entitled to their opinions. I've never seen nothing like in all my life this. And I turned 60 this year and buried my mother. And I'm not happy about none of this. I don't care where y'all come from. We got some home training. Y'all need to learn like y'all got some home training. Like Mr. Kurt said, the casinos came and they left. Abandoned buildings, homeless people, drugs everywhere. What y'all doing? Because you got elected and this is an election year. And I hate to tell y'all this, a whole lot of people, y'all, we know y'all tactics, y'all bullying tactics. Certain people ain't scared of y'all, especially me. I was born with my skin color. So the first thing when I walk in the door, I walk in with my skin color and I ain't scared of nobody. And some of y'all, I know y'all. And I just want to say, you reap what you sow. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Donna Anderson,
Ada Esther from, remember Ada Esther from Sanford and Son?
Donna Anderson, 113 North Tallahassee Avenue in Atlantic City. So here about the wind turbines again. I want you all to understand that what you're voting for, if you approve the wind turbines, is the misery of Atlantic City. Now, first of all, the city streets in Chelsea neighborhood will be ripped up for at least 2 years. It's that the 100-year-old homes in Chelsea City will also be damaged. Atlantic Shores said they'll fix the damage, but that will certainly be inconvenient. Also, if Atlantic Shores starts to build the wind turbines, they will be pounding 200 monopiles, which are 300 feet long and 50 feet wide, into the ground. And the pounding will go on day and night, which people will hear, and just ask the people in Virginia who are experiencing this now. The pounding may also cause cracks in all our homes, as Virginia is experiencing. So is Atlantic Shores going to fix all of our homes as well? If the windmills start operating, we will hear continuous pulsing noise day and night. It will be loud enough to violate the nighttime noise ordinance in the state of New Jersey. The wind turbines will also generate low-frequency infrasonic noise, which humans don't hear very well, but can cause sleeplessness. There's also a condition called wind turbine syndrome, which has symptoms of nausea, vertigo, ringing in the ear, blurred vision, and difficulty reading. People who live on land near wind turbines have been affected. Will this happen to Atlantic City? We don't know, but do you want us to be guinea pigs on this? The wind turbines will also stop breezes so that it will be hotter on shore, which will lead to the need for more air conditioning. But everybody's electric bill is going to increase significantly, especially for lower income people, so they won't be able to afford to pay for air conditioning.
L. Griffin,
I'm gonna be 60 seconds. I just want to say, y'all all have a heart. And I think I said this before. We know the conditions of the way people are living. I am a resident now here. I've been here a year with my mother. And my friend's mother passed away. And we both came in here. I met her back in here. And it makes no sense that we have to argue and disrespect each other when we know the conditions. All we're asking is for you guys to do something and have some empathy and some compassion. That's it. We don't want that much, okay? And the dispensaries over there across the street from an elderly building on a dead man's name, we need not to do. I don't understand it. What is going on? I wanted to address our mayor. Devon's name should not be a dispensary. It should be something like a youth center, something to give entrepreneurship. Let's do something else, people, not a dispensary. That brother died on that block with his best friend, which is the mayor. We need not to do that on a person's name. It's disrespectful. And that's all I'm saying. Okay, so if we look at reconstruction, y'all know y'all need us to work with y'all. We're not against you. We'll work with you. Okay, we will work with you, but we will not be disrespected, and we coming back for our stuff. That's it.
Dora Grossman,
Council, I'm a full-time resident of Atlantic City. I'm a taxpayer. I implore council not to sign or pass the resolution which will bind us to a contract with the turbine companies. Wind turbines are a bad, unproven technology. They are not, it is not the most up-to-date technology. It will not reduce our electric bills, which are sky high. These turbines are neither green nor environmentally friendly. They do not reduce the carbon content. Here at the shore, I have seen hurricanes, nor'easters, derechos. How will these turbines, each one the size of an Empire State Building, sitting on 1.25 miles of concrete in the ocean, how are they going to hold up? Who knows what will happen when they fail? They fall down, they disintegrate, they rust, and they're not working. Is there a bond for their decommission? Who will pay for the disasters that are coming? We have no way of knowing whether these companies will still be in business. Looking at the track record, many of them have got millions and billions of dollars and then have gone out of business, and they're gone. I may not still be here, but my children, my grandchildren, they will still be here. Who's going to pay when these things wash up all over the place? The other thing I'd like to ask you, council, and this is not disrespecting you. As you all know, you are elected and you work for us, the people. This should not be about what you think. Your personal opinions should not be what determines how you vote. What should be the majority of people that I have spoken to or that I have heard are against this. You should vote on what the taxpayers want. Thank you.
Eileen Barker. Hi. Eileen Barker, Atlantic City. Okay. I just want to say that the comments that were made that accusing the city council of taking money, it was unfortunate. I mean, I know that you're not taking money, but people get very angry because you're missing the point. The point is everyone is wondering why in the world are rational people approving this project? What they're saying it's money because no one understands why it would be. So that's my first thing. I think that you should just think about why are you really voting for this? My second thing is that I respectfully request that this resolution be tabled until the Ward 5 would be represented by a person that is elected by their people, who is knowledgeable and understands about this issue instead of having to put. Oh, okay. I happen to have an acquaintance who knows the current Mr. Huck, and according to him, he said that he really has no knowledge of this issue right now. On the other important note, I wanted to say that Atlantic Shores, there are lawsuits right now that are saying that there's air pollution and noise pollution that are being in the court system right now. And these are issues that I hope that you will consider also. Thank you.
Seth Grossman.
That's what they said when I came here. I signed in and the woman said, Seth Grossman, didn't you used to be somebody? So anyway, I'm living on Plaza Place and I want to look at the big picture. In Finland, a European country about the size of New Jersey, they opened up one nuclear reactor, one. And instantly, the electric bills were cut in half, and they now have the lowest electric bills in all of Europe. And you'll find out in Europe, the countries with the nuclear power, France and Finland, have the lowest electric rates. The ones with the highest rates are Germany and England, which depend on wind power. And also in Germany, they were chopping down trees to keep warm in the wintertime. It's unreliable. And you see this in your the resolution where it says these wind turbines will power 700,000 households each year. That's a complete lie. They will power 700,000 homes, but only if the wind blows 25 miles an hour, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I studied what we had with the 5 wind turbines we've had in Atlantic City for the past 16 years. They make money only because the electric company is forced to buy the power even when they don't need it and when it's dumped. And when the wind is not blowing, you have to spend an enormous amount of money to have these backup generators burn oil and gas. But those do not come in the figures. So if it doesn't make economic sense, where's the money coming from? Well, your electric bill, and you look at your itemized electric bill, and I just got mine. It used to be you had a simple bill, the generation cost and the transmission. Now you have a whole laundry list of RGGI energy and societal benefits charge. All these extra fees are really paying money to pay for this inefficiency. So, so that's the solution. Where else is the money coming from? From the federal government, just printing up money. And you'll notice that I think gold is at $2,500 an ounce, silver is at $30 an ounce. Not that gold or silver are becoming more value, dollars becoming less value. What happens to America happens to Atlantic City first. Thank you.
Muntasir Kalam. Tanisha Bailey. Kathleen DeFabio.
Good evening. My name is Kathleen DeFabio, and I am a member of the environmental organization Save the East Coast. No, I'm not. Berkeley Township. Berkeley. My reason for being here is to express to you that we, the people, do not want these 13-inch in diameter, high voltage, cancer-causing cables emitting 6,400 megawatts of electromagnetic frequencies running under the streets, the schools, and parks where our children play. Also, you know as well as I do that offshore wind projects will destroy tourism industry, which sustains every household income and business in Atlantic City, an already poverty-stricken urban area. The collective disruption of torn streets in poor neighborhoods and around playgrounds will affect the people, particularly the 4th and 5th wards and every ward in the city where many do not speak English, and where the offshore wind companies are taking advantage of the language barrier. The drinking water will also be affected, as it is closely tied to municipal water in Atlantic City. The electric cables, we are already experience a 30% increase, and that is just the tip of the iceberg. In closing, please know it is that if it is this board's intention to allow Atlantic Shores to continue with this purely evil project, then rest assured, we, the people who are the true environmentalists, will continue to fight to save our beloved ocean, our environment, and our very own lives. And we, the people, will never, ever give up.
Director, do you have anyone online wishing to speak?
Paul, I do. Our first speaker is Kathy McLucy. Kathy, if I could ask you to please unmute yourself, state your full name and address before your 2-minute allotted time for your question or comment.
Hi, my name is Kathleen McClosey, Belmar, New Jersey. Can you hear me okay?
Perfectly.
Okay, Mayor and council members, you have the opportunity and the ability to change history today and make the right choice. None of this is safe, from the cables to the turbines to the grid. The ocean is our natural resource and should have never been disturbed. With all of this experimental industrialization, do you want to be in the history books being an instrumental part of the Jersey Shore, of destroying it, or do you want to go down as the heroes that stop destructive money, green greed grabbing scam that these companies are causing that will destroy our coasts, our communities, jobs, the children's play area outside? There's too much at risk with their health. It has also been previously stated many times from Bellum that the turbines will have little to no effect on saving our planet. Do you want to lay your head down on your pillow knowing that you are causing this destructive insanity, or rest your head knowing that when your day comes, you will not be held accountable for the devastation that is about to take place? Please look into all the facts. That's all I'm asking. Like the other woman said, we the people elected you as officials to look out for them, and that's what they need. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Would the person logged in as iPhone state your full name and address before your 2-minute allotted time for your question or comment? You have to unmute yourself.
Yes, hi, this is Trevor Doyle. And I just want to say how disgusting this really is that this even got this far. But I do believe there's good in people, and I think people have made a lot of good points here. And the only people that are for this are the people that are getting paid to do this. And the people that are on the fence, please look into your heart. We have 115 million people that visit the shore a year. I consider a national treasure. We protect a place like Yellowstone that gets 3 million visitors a year. And if we're not going to protect this, but we brag about how we protect that, it just shows you how easily the agency capture thing with BOEM, and which really used to be what, Mineral Management Services since 2011. Before that, that's really it's what it is. And if you look in the Inflation Reduction Act, it's tied to 60 million acres of oil, gas, and mineral rights as well. So this is a land grab. This is carpetbaggers at its best. I'm glad that this is all recorded for what you guys vote on, because this will go down in posterity and we all will judge you. So I do appreciate you guys listening. I do hope you look down deep and say, are you going to sell your soul for career advancement or whatever promises you've been given, or whatever money or financial interest? You could say all you want. No, this and that. But
Thank you very much.
May I have your town, please, Mr. Doyle?
Barnegat Light.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robin. Robin, if I could ask you to please state your full name and address before your 2-minute allotted time or your question or comment. Okay, Robin has decided not to speak. Our next speaker is Ronnie. Ronnie, if you could please state your full name and address before your 2-minute allotted time for your question or comment.
Yeah, hi. Ron Del Sandro, Galloway, New Jersey. I just have one thing to say. At the scoping hearing last July 2023, the council person who introduced us to Atlantic Shores said, and I quote, "We support Atlantic Shores because they support Atlantic City, and we plan to support them to the end." You made your mind up a year ago. Shame on you. That's it.
Thank you. She said, that's it, Paula.
Okay, we have one more person. Robin, if you could please state your full name and address before your 2-minute allotted time for your question or comment. You have to unmute yourself.
Okay, could you hear me?
Perfectly. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Robin Federico. I live in Bergen County, but my mom lives in LBI. I've been studying this project for quite some time now, and all I do, the studies is that it's so destructive. I'm worried about the fisheries. My son is a fisherman. You know, he relies on that fish. He actually has a license to do the clamming. There's a bird sanctuary right next to you know, where my mom lives. Those birds will actually be in danger. It's supposed to be protected. It seems like there was no insight with that. The mammals and the whales are very disturbing. I know that we need the ocean to actually, the whales to clean the ocean. It just seems it's contradictory that these turbines are going to go up to actually destroy our natural resources that so many people, not only Atlantic City, but they will definitely be affected with the cable routing, but then also other people will be affected by the turbines going up with the noise. And I'm very concerned about the health issues with the infrasound, you know, and people that just go there for the tourism, the businesses, the schools, the children, you know, the studies that have been with the leukemia. So there's a lot of concerns before you actually vote on that should really be looked into, because it seems like the cumulative study on that is really not studied well enough in order to engage in such a project.
Okay, Paula, our next speaker is Rachel. Rachel, if you could please state your full name and address before your 2-minute allotted time for your question or comment. You have to unmute yourself. Rachel, you have to unmute yourself. Okay, it looks like Rachel's having technical difficulties. So Paula, there's no one else indicating that they'd like to speak. So we're ready to move on.
Come right on up. Line up behind each other and have your say. Come up. Only people that have not been. No, I was ready.
James Thompson, Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Good evening, Council President, members of City Council. My name is James Thompson. I'm with the New Jersey League of Conservation Voters. We're a statewide environmental and conservation organization that works on multiple environmental issues. I've been here several times in support of this Green Acres diversion. I'll be very brief. The one thing that I want to highlight and continue to highlight is that this diversion is primarily for the public good and is necessary in order to be, is necessary in order for New Jersey to reach its goals, providing clean energy to its residents. And furthermore, to be able to combat climate change. The one thing that I would also like to add is, although there are folks that are here that have some legitimate concerns about a lot of different things, particularly offshore wind. There are a lot of that have been misinformed and providing misinformation and disinformation. So I would also like to highlight that responsibly developed offshore wind is an opportunity for economic growth in New Jersey, along with jobs. And like I mentioned before, continue to combat climate change. Thank you, City Council, and have a good evening. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Name is Jim Akers. I live in Buena Borough. I'm in support of passing Resolution 670. We need the jobs and we need the electricity. We're not replacing all of the old generating plants that are being taken offline fast enough to keep up with demand. We need to build new generation sources now. I've been hearing a lot of outlandish claims about wind turbines, and I'd like to remind those with concerns that the ACUA has operated a successful wind farm with 5 turbines here in town for the last 19 years, and it's been a winner. I also support Resolution 635 and 636 and would like to commend the city on its commitment to green energy. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Akers, A-K-E-R-S.
My name is Jason Garcia and I live in Somerdale, New Jersey, and I'm a lifetime resident of New Jersey. I support the offshore wind project and all projects supporting offshore wind. With local nuclear plant Oyster Creek and neighboring fossil plants such as Duck Island closing down, we need this project. Please follow the science and vote yes on the Green Acres easement so Atlantic Shores can at least have a fair chance to submit their plan to provide clean energy for our state and its people. Thank you for this time and hearing me speak.
Thank you, sir. No clapping from the audience.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Mary Ann Clemmer. I reside in Margate, New Jersey. I attended every congressional hearing. U.S. Congressman Jeffrey Van Drew, Scott Perry, and Mr. Smith. The evidence that I heard from the people on the panel was compelling, and I would just suggest that every one of you there, that you've heard everything in this courtroom today, but I would suggest that you listen to everybody who testified at the congressional hearings, because there are really compelling, horrible effects from these windmills that will go down to every thing that swims in the sea and everybody that goes into the water after that. So I just am asking and imploring you, I'm sorry, I'm nervous, to please watch those hearings. You can watch them and then you make up your mind. But with true, clear consciences, I don't think you will. Thank you. Good night.
Thank you. Clap.
Good evening, Council.
Good evening.
My name is Eric Lu. I've been living around the city for 32 years. I see the things are changing. I think a lot of project, goes on. Most of the project is good, but this project to me is the worst project to around the city. It's most harmful. The reason I think a lot of people mentioned earlier, I don't need to repeat. As a working person, I have a family of 4. I'm living at Arctic Avenue, and I'm the only income for my family. So I just want to mention, during the construction, long construction, like 2 years, there will be disaster for me, because after 8-hour work, you go home and you can't even find a park because the street being open. You can find out, if you have your own parking garage, you can't even park in your own garage because they open, right? And the noisy, I won't be sleep during the day. I work in the nighttime. I won't be sleep. If I cannot sleep well, I go to the job, I won't performing good. And then I might lose my job. If I lose a job, who's going to raise my family? I have 2 kids, I have a housewife, have more consideration of working families. Here, I believe a lot of working, persons not here because they are working in the casino. It's 24 hours, 7 days, open casino, people working hard, try to, make a living, raise their families. Please have more considering of the working families, please. Not besides environment, besides the house. Talk about the house. I have the house is 122 years old. I don't think my house can afford it, have two
Thank you,
chairs
sir.
overtaken.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, please, please,
Thank you.
please listen to us.
Thank
please.
you, sir.
Hagerty Township. Hagerty Township. I'm a union iron worker. I was a member of Atlantic City for 20 years, and now I'm a member of Camden 399. We have members that have trained to erect these windmills, and not only are we in favor of this project, we're excited for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Henry Waldron. I'm from Brigantine. I want to speak in favor of the electrical connections and going to the next step. What I've heard tonight is a concerted effort to allege that all sorts of health and environmental risks are going to occur from this project. That they're going to allege that you are complicit, either because you don't care or because you're getting money. It's been a nonstop talk. Unfortunately, experts, all the experts in climate change, all the experts in energy, except for those with fossil fuels, are not part of this dialogue. Everybody's electric bills went up by a lot, as did our gas bills. That's all on natural gas. In 2022, I was paying 18 cents a kilowatt hour. I'm now over 25 cents. Friends in Connecticut are paying 35 cents because they have to import energy from other states, and there's not enough. Offshore wind was not a fanciful design. It was to meet a perceived need, going back to when Chris Christie started this all off over 10 years ago. Atlantic City, you're sinking. Sea level is rising. You're one of the most at-risk cities in the country. Being at the head of the grid, as opposed to being at the end of the grid, is a chip, longer term, to keep resilience activities going, to help pay for them. Shorter term, did somebody say time?
No, go ahead.
Okay, shorter term, you're getting jobs, you're getting ratables, you're getting professionals coming in, not only to work on the city, but to work with it. And if you negotiate right, you got 100-year-old utilities, you make Atlantic Shores pay for those as they take them out, and you build new roads and better facilities.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. Sammy Carabao, Atlantic City resident, born and raised. I myself am a nine worker. Oh, thank you, appreciate it. I myself am a nine worker, excuse me. We work around these power grids that everyone's talking about. We work with the substations. We work in a lot of quote unquote dangerous situations. I don't have cancer. I'm not falling apart. How would we get our energy? Because a lot of our power grid actually gets transported from cross country. Imagine if they put up a fight. These guys are putting up a fight, but they stopped everything. We would be shambles right now because, like they said, our power grid is old. That's why they just put the power grid a couple years ago going down the pike, and they had to use helicopters to bring in and upgrade our infrastructure. I remember being back in Maryland looking at the power lines like, well, what's that? I did my research like an intelligent person that I would like to think that I am. And it's not going to harm us. It's not going to harm us. Long-term effect, who's going to be here in 300 years? We don't know. You know, knock on wood. You're right. Our children is going to be here 100 years, 300 years. But at the same time, if I don't put my life on the line doing what I do every single day and work the way that I work, our children wouldn't have roads, our children wouldn't have schools, our children wouldn't have this very building we're walking on. It will be caves in on this floor. What I'm saying is I think the power line should run down through the city. Atlantic City has been a forefront on progressive change. We were one of the first in a country with casinos. Chicken Bone Beach wasn't in Margate, wasn't in Brigantine. It was here. So we've always been in the forefront of change, and we've been in the forefront of the modern technology for that time. When you get change, you always get pushback. Imagine all the pushback that we've gotten.
Thank you, sir.
God bless you, man.
What happened? They're ignorant as hell.
We didn't tell them to be quiet. We didn't tell them to be quiet.
Would you please give everybody the respect that comes up to the man? You came up.
Council President,
Yes.
if I can adjust, people who are opposed to the project, y'all came up, no one said anything.
Nobody said
No
no.
one asked y'all to sit down, no one was disrespectful to you. So that because a person has a counter to your opinion, does not give you the right to be disrespectful. So please, please be respectful.
Thank you.
Marilyn Rush, Sea Isle City. So while I am not from the great city of Atlantic City, I am from the great city of Sea Isle City, and we too care about the ocean. We care about our climate. We care about our communities. I am very much interested in making sure that we address climate change. It has been ignored for many, many decades. I think that there has to be a multi-part solution. We need solar, we need wind, we need geothermal, we need everything. It can include nuclear as well. I think that one of the biggest problems that we have right now is that we have two very distinct sets of information floating around. I've been to a lot of meetings. I've done a lot of my own research, and the research that I have done has indicated to me that this is a good and safe solution. It is not an experimental one. It is something that has worked in other places and can work here. There have been problems. You learn from problems, you fix them, as you do with everything. You know, with oil, you have oil spills, you learn how to better contain them, you learn how to deal with things. I feel bad. I feel that the people in this room who have expressed their concerns are doing it because they truly believe what they have heard. And I feel bad that misinformation is so prevalent in our society because it is making people feel that the worst is about to happen to them. I do not believe that that is correct. I think we need a solution, like I said, that contains all the different things. Mr. Grossman came up and talked about nuclear. One of the problems with nuclear is the spent rods. You have nuclear waste. I don't know if he would be willing to have that in his backyard when the nuclear rods need a place to go. So everything has its detriments, but we need to take all of that into
Thank you.
consideration and move forward.
Thank you very much. That's it. Paula, that's it. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break.
Yeah. Yeah.
That last week.
I've been busy on Thursdays helping my daughter. Not been
In case they forget.
I realize the resolution.
I wasn't able to attend last night, so I don't really understand.
And I got I'm trying to.
I just wanted to
Just construction and restoration. It wasn't into the budget. I did, and it's not in the budget. I think it's now it's
Either way.
It's a different, well, I mean, they have to vote for it.
Either way, it's going forward. They have a resolution that approves it.
They voted for that one, but not this next one.
But you're the lawyer, I'm not.
No, I trust you.
I've been sitting here
Mr.
all
BA, I
night
trust you, I trust you.
listening.
But the state house, the state house commission hasn't even voted for the plan.
But they have the
that's the last time I-
resolution for the city that moves forward.
Right. But they haven't done this one.
They don't need this. This is revising that one to protect the city.
Yeah.
So I don't want to do that. So
That'll be mine too. Thank you.
I don't know, I mean, you can disagree.
it's a, I'm not disagreeing. I know law.
Well, you're saying protect the city, that's a good opinion, so.
The anti-wind opposition in all of its different have watched to slow everything they
I'm
can.
not for or against. I'm like this. I just know the process. The resolution passed. So
Just have a different cable.
Well, that aspect of it, I don't know. Right now, I know many of the people here.
yeah, wait. What's the diversion? Did you know? Yes.
Yeah, I mean, it's California Avenue Beach Block, or California Avenue Beach, they already own the beach block property.
That's
People
it.
leave a field, boathouse and cars.
And what is the diversion?
1.98 acres. that they are
No,
getting.
but that they would take out else.
That is a low ground,
Right,
right?
they're doing
I was
channels. 10
surprised
channels.
they even needed a diversion, but it doesn't affect you walking using the Green Acres
But
property.
at surface level, you feel the microtesla magnetic strength.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
At what,
But-
100th of,
63 microtesla.
At 100th of an electric magnet.
63 microtesla.
I like
We
that
wrap
you
around
guys
the school,
are.
down Fairmont Avenue. I mean, you live in Brittany.
This is already done. Excuse me. Huh?
Okay. This is DC, right? This is not AC.
It's DC and AC, 575 kilovolts of DC,
Yeah.
275 of AC combined. They're running, they don't say where that.
Where's the AC getting, yeah, where's the it's DC off the water, isn't it?
It's AC off the turbine, then they got like, I don't know
But
how
then-
many
but
cables.
then it's DC off the water.
When it hits that California Avenue station, which they don't describe very well what's going on actually. It might be transformed there.
DC all the way up to Hague Harbor.
No, it's AC, it's AC. You should look at the.
Because I thought the problem at Egg Harbor was that was where the DC to AC conversion was coming.
Well, that's the substation. So that's,
Yeah.
the one that they're
Yeah.
building is at Cardiff. They already joined there, but then they got the Hingston Avenue site. And the Hingston Avenue site, yeah, whether they, I'm not really sure why they need a second substation.
Because the thing about DC is there's virtually, as long as if the current is consistent, there's virtually no.
I agree. That's why you have with AC.
With AC, yeah,
Yeah, so you're on having EMF, and that's why when you look at your EMF study report, look at case 46, it's on page 80.
Okay.
And it shows 3 feet underground, which is where it's gonna be.
See, I thought that they had already determined, it was nebulous in the very first documents of whether it was gonna be AC, high voltage AC, or high voltage DC coming in. So they put both, but I thought it was high voltage DC in the most facing up there. I'll have to check it.
Check that.
There's nothing in there.
Where they cut your time down and down and then they cut. And then you are the. They have so much in the other one that you call that. So no, but I don't care. She could be out of the room, wrong. So long as I'm back. Once I care about her. Yeah, I thought they're gonna guess last week, but I don't know what's in it.
What's happening, George? Good. How you doing? How you been?
Man, I'm in here. Keeps her awake, right?
Right.
I think I'm right. I have.
What's happening? How you been?
Not going anywhere live, that really.
You know. Hey, hey, yep. Good, good, good. Now I see. But good, good. I like it when you spoke tonight.
Council President, we're back on the record and we begin with ordinances on second and final reading. The first ordinance, number 20, is the approving the Carson Avenue redevelopment plan. Okay. So ordinance 20 is being adjourned indefinitely. Ordinance 21, and this is amending the redevelopment plan for the green zone area. Also, this is being adjourned indefinitely, correct?
That's correct, Paul.
26 too,
And
right?
26 also.
And now we have ordinance number 26. And this is an ordinance introducing a redevelopment plan for Weeks Park.
Yes,
This is being adjourned indefinitely.
that is correct. Thank you.
Okay.
We talked.
Ordinance 45 is an ordinance introducing a redevelopment plan for Belfield redevelopment area.
Second. Motion by Councilman Trout, second by Councilman.
Crouch.
Yes.
Dunstan. Kurtz. Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz. Tibbet.
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
Hawk. And Randolph. 8 in the affirmative. We have ordinance number 46, and this is introducing a redevelopment plan for Atlantic Lofts redevelopment area.
Move it, Mr. President.
Can I get a second? Second. Call a vote.
Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan, Kurtz.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz,
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Hawk,
Yes.
and Randolph.
Yes.
Oh, okay. 8 in the affirmative.
A question?
Yes.
Why is Councilman Hawk going last?
Because I didn't have time to change all
sure.
the vote boxes.
Okay. All right, cool. Thank you.
It'll be corrected.
Just curious because I'm doing alphabetical. Thank you.
Correct, but we didn't know who was going to be. Yeah.
Go Jesse.
It sprung up fast. That's a good question.
Um,
No problem, got the answer for it.
Ordinance 47 is an ordinance to transfer city-owned property pursuant to NJSA 40A:12-21I.
Can I get a motion? Motion by Shabazz, can I get a second? Second by Councilman Crouch. Any comments from the public? Call the vote.
Crouch,
Yes.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Hawk, and Randolph.
Yes.
8 in the affirmative. Ordinance 48 amends the city code, chapter 118, and this provides certain benefits to persons displaced as a result of emergency to define homelessness.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by Councilman Shabazz, can I get a second?
Second.
Councilman Terrell,
Crouch.
Got a little tired tonight, okay. Any comments from the public? Call the vote, please.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan. Kurtz.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Hawk,
Yes.
and Randolph.
Yes.
8 in the affirmative. Ordinance 49 establishes a handicap restricted parking space located at 622 North Maryland Avenue.
Get a motion, please.
Motion.
Second.
Second.
Any comments from the public? Call the vote, please.
Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Hawk, and Randolph. 8 in the affirmative. Ordinance 50 establishes a handicap restricted parking space at 118 North Hartford Avenue.
Second.
Second.
Crouch,
Yes.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz,
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Hawk, and Randolph. 8 in the affirmative. We are now at ordinances at first reading. Ordinance 8C introduces a redevelopment plan for Ridley Lofts.
Shabazz. Second. Second by Crouch. Any public, any comments from the guys? Call the vote, please.
Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck,
Yes.
and Randolph.
Yes.
That's 8 in the affirmative. Ordinance 9A establishes a handicap restricted parking space at 1420 Baltic Avenue.
Move it, Mr. President.
Moved by Shabazz,
Second.
second by Crouch. Any comments from the guys? Call the vote, please.
Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck,
Yes.
and Randolph.
Yes.
8 in the affirmative. Ordinance 9B establishes a handicap restricted parking space at 608 North Indiana.
Motion.
Shabazz, second.
Second.
Second by Crouch. Any comments from the guys? Call the vote, please.
Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
Huck.
Yes.
and Randolph.
Yes.
8 in the affirmative. Ordinance 9C provides an additional name and designation for the 400 block of Ohio Avenue after Ruth Thomas.
Move it, Mr. President.
Councilman Vance, can we get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Crouch. Any comments from the dais? Call the vote, please.
Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz,
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Hawk, and Randolph. 8 in the affirmative. Ordinance 9D establishes a handicap restricted parking space at 33 North Texas.
Call the vote, please.
Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz,
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck, and Randolph.
Yes.
That 8 in the affirmative. Ordinance 9E establishes a handicap restricted parking space at 25 North Parker Avenue.
Move it.
Move by Shabazz, second.
Could I ask a quick question though, Mr.
Yes, you can.
President? Councilman Chris, where is Parker Avenue at?
George, yo, you.
I used to live on there.
That was my answer on it, though, for the record.
A question. Qualifications for handicap parking spot?
Finding a good doctor. Yeah, finding a good doctor.
Medical requirements, proof from the doctor, evaluation by the police department and public works to determine whether the space qualifies. But the individual has to personally show the need from a medical doctor.
And a little bit of trivia about Parker Avenue. Oh, come on, I was.
You know this, because that handicap spot designated for you, anyone that has a handicap sticker can park in that spot. If it's not.
Yeah, it's not designated to an individual or a household. First come, first served, but the space is available.
So you could know. Pause it. Okay,
Oh,
sorry.
good, no problem. Okay, cool. I forgot it. No, I'm just joking. So the little bit of trivia. So on Parker Avenue, other than Councilman Tibbet, who's a very notable resident, the late great Herman Zatt used to live on Parker Avenue. Yeah.
Who?
Herman Zatt.
Oh, yeah, Herman, right on the
Yeah.
corner. Great house, yeah. Cobblestone Street still. You think your Atlantic Avenue has a problem?
All right.
Well, I have a motion. I do not have a second yet. Okay, okay. Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz,
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck, and Randolph. That's 8 in the affirmative. And ordinance 9F, and this is amending ordinance 56 of 2023.
Second,
Second.
third, second. Any comments from the dais? Call the vote.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have a question. This is a ordinance from the year 2023?
Amending an ordinance from last year,
Right, from 2023.
from 2023. Crouch,
Say,
Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz,
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
yes.
Huck, and Randolph. 7 in the affirmative, 1 abstention. Okay, Council President, this is our opportunity to go around the dais.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we lump the regular and consent together with the exceptions that will be noted by our colleagues.
Yes. Start to my right.
We have a motion, and do we have a second?
First, a motion.
Kurt.
Kurtz, motion, second. Crouch. Okay.
Which way you start?
Okay, so we have a motion and a second, and this is to group
Consent
regular, consent, and new business.
and new business, yes, regular consent, new business, Paul.
Okay,
All right, I'm gonna start to my right.
Paul, I'm gonna register no votes from 691, 692, 693. I'd like to pull 678, 670, 636, and 635.
They can't hear you.
We couldn't hear you. Could you
Oh.
repeat them?
Yes. I'm gonna vote no on 691, 692, 693. I'd like to pull for discussion 678, 670, 636, 635. Please, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kurtz?
I'd like to pull for discussion 694. I'd like to register a no vote on 691 and 692. And then I'd like to co-sponsor 680 and 682. Thank you.
Councilwoman Marshall?
I want to abstain on 703, pull 686, and a no on 639.
Councilman Weeks? Yes, sir. Okay, Councilman Shabazz?
I want to register a no on 691, 692, 693. I want to abstain, Mr. President, on 672. I think, and that's it.
We'll wait on Councilman Weeks.
What?
691, 691, 692, 693, no votes.
Yeah,
Now,
does he go?
no, we just got.
Okay. Was 670 pulled for discussion?
Yes.
It was, okay, so I'd just like to co-sponsor, Paula, 681 and 677.
677.
Yeah. I can't. He can do them. He can do them. He just asking for report.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Excuse me, Councilman Hawk, I forgot you're brand new up here. Do you have anything that you want to discuss or pull out? Or you good? You good? Okay. We got to remember you're a rookie, you know, so, but we have to acknowledge it. Okay, I think we all in one accord. Paula, we're ready. Thank you. Sure, our phone was back here. Oh, yeah. 691, 692, 686, 694.
I'm sorry, Council President, if I may,
Yes,
I do,
we magic, okay. I didn't know you would on Zoom. Yes, you
I would like to register,
okay. I don't know, she was on Zoom.
yes, I'm sorry. Audio is out. You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Okay, I can hear now. I would like to register I know we grouped everything together. I would like to register my votes. Did someone already pull 670?
Yes.
Thank you. So I would like to register Paula a no vote if you're ready.
Go ahead.
Two. Co-sponsor 637. Pull for discussion 639. Co-sponsor 640.
Council,
640.
we are
657.
the chat. Can you put your votes also in the chat so that we're clear? We may be missing some of your votes.
Oh, is it easy? I don't want to put it. In the chat and everyone can see it. Is it easy if I give you a call?
Can you just call the solicitor? And that way you can register your votes because you're freezing and you're going in and out. And you're gonna be on speaker though. The public has to hear you.
So start over.
Go right ahead.
All right, let me start over. A no vote on 581.
581.
On 632.
Did you mean 681 or 580?
581 is under regular resolution.
That's a no vote, okay.
632 abstain. Co-sponsor 637.
Okay,
Pull for discussion 639.
yes,
Co-sponsor 640.
yes,
Abstain on 655. Abstain on 657. Also abstain on 667. $681, I have to abstain. 70 with the housing authority, 703.
703 abstention,
Is that the housing authority? Yes. A no vote on 692, a no vote on 693. Abstain on 695. Can we pull for discussion 702? What number? And I did 703 housing authority.
Abstain?
abstain,
Yes, abstain. Might have pulled one. I'm sorry. Give me 1 moment. It's 639. I'm sorry.
Did you say
Yeah,
you
she
didn't
already
mean
said
to
that.
pull?
She already
Yeah,
said it.
well, it's 639.
I'm sorry, I'm hearing different people speak. Did you say you did or did not want to pull 639 for discussion?
Yeah, 639, I don't need to pull.
Okay,
I'm sorry, and I don't need to pull 702 either.
Where was that at again?
Is that all, Councilwoman?
Yes, that is.
Look at that. That's supposed to be the big rise, right? Tired.
I just have to, I just have to clarify because with all of the no votes for this cannabis, it looks like these two resolutions are going to fail. 692 already has 5 no votes. 2, 3, 4, 5. That fails. And 693. It's 93. No vote else to me. Randolph. Vaz. Hibbert. 2, 3, 4. That's 4 no's.
Did you hear my new vote for 691 also?
691.
Yeah.
Okay. The other one is 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 5 no votes for 691. Dunstan, no. Kurtz, no. Randolph, no. Shabazz, no. Tibbet, no. That's 5. That's failed too. Okay,
We okay now, Paula?
almost.
Yeah.
Special 678. Tibbet. 36. Tibbet. 631 Tibbet. 678 Tibbet.
I'm traveling my car.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 694 Kurtz. Okay. So I just want to go around and confirm everyone's votes and then I'll read the agenda. Councilwoman Dunstan, I have no votes, 591, 592, 693, 691, co-sponsoring 637 and 640, abstaining on 632, 655, 657, 667, 681, 703, and 695. Correct, Councilwoman? Councilman Kurtz, no vote, 691, 692. Co-sponsoring 680, 682. Councilwoman Marshall, no vote, 639. Abstaining, 703. Randolph, no vote, 691, 692, 693. Okay, so Randolph, no votes, 691, 692, 693, and 639. Shabazz, no vote, 691, 692, 693, abstaining, 672.
Paul, I want to add a no vote to 639. I apologize.
Two. And Shabazz abstaining on 672. Weeks co-sponsoring 681, 677. Tibbet, no vote, 691, 692, and 693. Councilman Hawk, and you're good right now with the agenda. Okay, everyone agrees, or anything missed or anything wanted to be added?
Things good. Everybody good?
I didn't get to the polls yet. This is just the no co-sponsors and abstains.
Check and make sure you have 691, 692, and 693 is no.
As no votes. Okay, all right, so again, confirming with the no votes on 691, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That resolution is going to fail. 691 fails. 692 has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 no votes. Fail. 693. I see 1, 2, 3, 4. So that one is okay. So we have 2 fails, 691, 692. I'm here before I call the agenda.
Oh, can you pull the vote? Can you read the votes for 693? Make sure everything's right.
No votes. Dunstan, no vote, 693. Randolph, no vote, 693. Shabazz, no vote, 693. Tibbet, no vote, 693. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 no votes.
No,
eh,
no, sorry.
Well, if we're going around the dais and we're pulling things like this,
I was just curious, because 2 guys don't, this one didn't. Don't look good.
well,
That's how it goes. That's the vote.
I got you.
No, I'm just saying, everybody's looking confused. That's the vote. No. That's the vote.
I'm going to read the agenda in 1 minute. I just don't want to count those in as being passed. Okay, so 691, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fail.
Paula, I'm not gonna hurt 2 people when we're gonna play selective. Change my vote to yes on 691, 692, and 693. Thank you.
Taking Tibbet off, so that's 1, 2, 3, that's 4. All right, I'm going around, we're voting on regular resolutions, 581, 629, 630, 631, 632. 637, 638, 639, 640, 641, 642, 643, 644, 45, 46, 649, 650, 651, 652, 653, 654, 655, 657, 665, 666, 667, 669, 676, 680, 681, 682, 683, 684, 685, 688, 689, 690. Consent 609, 633, 634, 647, 48, 656, 668, 671, 672, 687, 692, 693. New business, 677, 695, 698, 669, 700, 701, 702, 703, 704. So if everyone agrees. Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan. Kurtz.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet.
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
Hawk. And Randolph. That's 9 in the affirmative with all of the exceptions made. So the first resolution we are going to pull for discussion is 635, which was pulled by Councilman Tibbet. This is a resolution accepting New Jersey Board of Utilities, Community Energy Grant.
Yeah, I just pulled this anything. I just want to ask the administration, is this grant because we're doing the Atlantic Shores project? Or
No.
separate? Okay, thank you. And Paula, 636 obviously is putting it in the budget. I pulled that one by mistake, so if you want to read that at the same time, however you want to do it.
I'm sorry, you want to include that with the group vote?
Did 636 and 635. 636 is just entering that grant money
Right.
into the budget, so I was gonna say yes.
Okay, so we can put that with the group vote.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so 636, we don't need to pull. And also for the vote, 704 was also a new business, so that'll be included in the group vote as well. Okay, so, I'm sorry, Councilman Tibbet, so where were we with 635?
635, we're gonna include in the, we can include in the regular. vote.
Group vote?
Yes.
Okay,
Can't leave the can't. Question.
all right. So because it was pulled, Mr. Tarver, are we okay just to include it? Or do I have to call the vote? Call the vote. Okay, so I need a motion, second, please.
Motion.
Motion by Shabazz, second. Second by Crouch.
Okay, Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan. Yeah. Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck. And Randolph. That's 9 in the affirmative. Now for 636, which was pulled, same situation, shall call the vote? I need a motion and second, please.
Motion, Mr. President.
Okay, Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan. Kurtz.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck, and Randolph. 9 in the affirmative. Okay, we have resolution 670 pulled by Councilman Tibbet. And this was a resolution amending 541 this year.
Yeah, Council President, I just asked for this one to be pulled. If we could just have it read into the record, only because we have a new councilman in the 5th Ward. And I want to make sure that he understood 100% when he was voting on how important his vote is either way that he chooses. If you would, please.
You want this
I
entire,
don't know if we could read it into
the
record.
entire resolution read into the record? Is that what you're asking?
Yes. Well, we can- that-
The heading or the entire resolution?
Just read the heading.
Heading?
Did you get the chance to read this on 570?
I don't think he did.
670. I'm sorry.
670.
Okay, I just want to be sure you knew, and it's very important to your ward as well as council at large wards as well.
I'm sorry, what, I want to be clear, what am I doing right now?
You could call the vote. My question is answered.
I have a question. I have a question or a comment, or I guess I'll start off with a motion. I'd like to make a motion to table it a month.
Councilwoman Dunstan said, I'll second. Okay,
So right now that,
Oh, no,
so there is a motion to take resolution 670. Oh, sorry. There's a resolution to table resolution 670 for a month, I believe.
That was my motion, yes.
For a month. there is a motion to table 670 for a month that's on the floor. There is a second by Councilwoman Dunstan. A vote means that a positive vote means that it's tabled for a month.
And then no meeting. You can call it for fall. It's okay.
Crouch,
No.
Dunstan,
Yes.
Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
No.
Shabazz,
No.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
No.
Huck, and Randolph.
No.
Okay, that's 6 in the negative, 3 in the affirmative.
Yes, yes.
All right, Aaron, so the question I had on the resolution is, last month, there was a term that was raised by somebody in the administration, and it was repeated a couple times, and that was omnibus ordinance. And at the time, so this is last month, it was stated that we would be considering an omnibus ordinance at this meeting. Now, there's no omnibus ordinance on the agenda, and that was mentioned in the context of when questions were raised, such as how and if eminent domain would be used, what kind of insurance would be used on this, what kind of construction bond, basically the terms and conditions around the project. So my question to the administration, does 670 resolution take the place of the omnibus ordinance? That's my first question.
No.
Okay. My second question is, then why are we conceding a construction authorization, which would be the second therefore clause or paragraph? There's a construction authorization under the exact language, construction agreement that we're committing to do before the terms and conditions that would be part of this omnibus ordinance are presented to council and that we get to vote on it.
That language is not required to be in the omnibus agreement.
So would you accept a friendly amendment to remove the term construction agreement from this resolution until council gets to review the terms and conditions that involve all that and vote on it?
No.
All right, so for the fellow people on council, this is a comment. I object. It's one thing to disagree over whether or not this project happens, whether or not we have offshore wind. I think that it's not a good idea to authorize an agreement before we have a chance to A, review the terms and conditions, and then B, vote on it, because that's our purview to vote. So that's something I wanted to just, put out there in terms of a comment. And that's it. Thank you.
Where I am. What am I on, 670? Okay. Crouch,
Yeah.
Dunstan. Kurtz. Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz. Tibbet,
No.
No.
Weeks, Huck, and Randolph.
Yes.
5 in the affirmative, 4 in the negative. Yes. Okay. The next resolution, 678, pulled for discussion by Councilman Tibbet. And this is urging the state of New Jersey to take an incremental and targeted approach to adopting the proposed protection against climate threat.
Mr. BA, does this have to do with Atlantic Shores as well, changing things to make it easier for Atlantic Shores?
Do we have a motion and a second?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Motion.
Get a second.
Second.
Second by Crouch, motion by Shabazz. Now,
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, the noise already getting up. I got lost in that, so I just want to ask the BA if this was to make it easier, asking the governor to support this Atlantic Shores thing or anything of that nature.
No, actually, the new PAC rules can actually stop development in Atlantic City and along the New Jersey shoreline, as well as require existing homeowners to raise their properties even higher. So.
Thank you, sir.
Right.
Any other questions? Call the vote, please.
Crouch, Dunstan, Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
No.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck, and Randolph.
Yes.
7 in the affirmative and 2 in the negative. Next resolution pulled for discussion is resolution 686, pulled by Councilwoman Marshall, and this is a resolution to accept the high bid for land and premises auctioned.
Motion, I'll accept the motion. Kraus, second Kurtz. Call the vote.
Call the vote.
Well, Councilwoman Marshall pulled it for discussion.
Yeah, what, there you go, sitting in my seat, sit there. Go ahead. I couldn't let you 2 minutes.
I thought for discussion, I'm sorry, I apologize.
You gotta be able to
I'm trying to get
discuss
out of here, miss.
No, my question was, to the administration. The lots are not buildable and they go out for auction. And can you just please explain that? Cause often people will buy these lots and there's nothing they can do with them.
So, Councilwoman, you're smiling because we had this conversation and I think I got you in contact with, Director Howard Jacques. And, the lots that were not buildable, some of them you can get a variance to build. They're still like narrow lots, but you can still build. Some of them are just not buildable. Those were supposed to be consolidated so that they would equal a buildable lot. So that was my instruction to Director Howard, because it doesn't make sense to sell a property that's not buildable. And then all you can put is a lawn chair on it. So I did have a discussion with Director Howard and he assured me that they addressed it. So please don't tell me you saw something on this list. I hope not.
There's a column that says undersized and a majority of them are, if not all. One of them's actually a parking space.
Tiny home. Actually, the solicitor can answer that question as to why those were on the list.
Yes, Councilwoman, those were on the list, and we did have a discussion about those undersized lots, even though there are parking spots. We did limit them to an auction to the owners of the condominium, or the condo owners of the condominium, so it would go to the proper ownership, if that makes sense to you.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyone else?
Yes.
Council-
I want
Kurtz?
to thank the administration for doing that with the parking space. Instead of it going to some type of speculator, it went to somebody that lives in the building. So that's awesome, because parking is a tough commodity. Question though, following up on Councilwoman Marshall's question, has there been any effort by the administration with the other undersized lots to approach the adjacent property owners to do that special auction where you just offer it to contiguous landowners so they can expand their yard? I mean, because I think we talk about this every 6 months or so. It would just be nice for that to be standard practice so people can expand their footprint, you know, at a good rate and get a little bit extra of a side lawn if that's the case.
So to answer your question, and I hope you're smiling because you know I brought this up in a meeting and planning development almost bit my head off. So yes, I thought that that's a great idea that we do that. Especially if it's like at the back of your property and it's no longer useful for the city. We should be doing things like that. But as you may recall, there were some other ideas. So I said, before we move forward with that, we'll allow them to explore their ideas like community gardens and stuff like that. So once they've done that, then we'll circle back because you're part of the discussion and I think we can bring something to council together.
Okay, questions answered. Paula, call the vote, please.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan. This is the resolution 686. Yes?
Yes.
Kurtz,
Yes.
Marshall,
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet,
Yes.
Weeks,
Yes.
Huck, and Randolph.
Yes.
9 in the affirmative. We have resolution 694 pulled by Councilman Kurtz, and this is a new business resolution authorizing a 6-month extension with BAW Development.
Can I get a motion?
Motion.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Motion by Shabazz, second by Crouch. Mr. Kirks, you're on.
Question for, I think it would be administration. How long was the original agreement with them and how much money were they awarded?
The original agreement was 12 months. I forget the award amount, but the intent always had been to award to them for a year and a half. What's that? 18 months. And since we couldn't do it for a year and a half, we did the 1 year and then we're trying to get the 6-month extension. This is the economic development expert who has helped not only the city, but other entities within the city. I know Kelsey and Kim's and some of the other big developers, Hovnanian, all those developers help them get money and contacts with EDA and other funding sources through the state. So he's trying to help us move development forward in the city and market the city. He actually orchestrated a meeting with some heavy hitter developers to come look at Atlantic City properties to try to get them to invest in the city. So he's been doing a great job. But like I said, the New Jersey PAC rules are impacting that because folks are seeing that, if I spend my money here, if these rules go live, then they got to raise everything. And, raising building sites costs a lot. So that's how all that's connected. But that's who it is.
So, and I think my follow-up question, you may have at least partially answered it. And my follow-up question was like, what have they delivered in terms of actual development or, new projects that are in the pipeline since their not only time on the scene, but their actual activity that we can point to that justifies extending their contract?
Oh, well, like I said, all the big projects that we've been talking about, even to the extent of working with, so you guys know I'm terrible with names, so I'm trying my best. I was good with Hovnanian, but the property down that we always get the complaints about over by the seawall.
Oh, the Kushner?
Kushner property. That's another one that he's working with us on. And basically what his role is, he gets the developers interested along with Jim Rotella, because they work as a team, the grant writer and the economic development. He's been marketing the city in North Jersey, Pennsylvania, different places to try to get folks to come in and provide the type of interest that we want. So you can't say, all right, certain people didn't bite, so you didn't do your job. No, he got the people here to have the discussion. We've taken folks on several tours. He's a big picture type of bringing people in. He stays in contact with us. He lets us know, is the interest real or is it feigned? So we're not wasting our time on different things. He advises us on best use of land, on whether we should be looking at tax incentives or not, based upon his understanding and his relationships with the different folks. So it's a lot of that he brings to the table and does for us. And if you're not on that particular meeting, it's our economic development meeting. And that's where you hear that the projects that we go through, he gives us a heads up on, hey, here's what's happening. They can't do it because, Atlantic City is a union city. And a lot of times developers coming into the city don't want to pay that rate. So he gives us insight on that. And if we can move projects, we try. So I don't have um, something I can say he bought in X number of dollars because it's a team effort. But I can tell you that he's brought in a lot of developers to show interest in the city.
Cool, and I appreciate that because when I was like looking into this resolution, I remember when the funding source first came in, and part of all of our goal with that money was to try to activate the different empty spaces in town, and you named a few of them. One you didn't, but it's fine. It's just the one that was always in my mind was Trump Plaza, and that's something that we brought them in.
He tried.
Okay, yeah, and it's something that it sounds like he's bringing value to the team, but I at least want to be on record with the disappointment that we're spending this money, and it's hard even after this conversation to rattle off like, hey, we spent this much, 12 months. This is the deliverable that we got in terms of like the people and the local economy, as opposed to being like a subject matter expert in the cabinet, when
Right.
it comes to it. So I'm going to support it, but that's, it's a good dialogue. Thank you.
And just so you know, that first year was grant funded. First 12 months, he didn't pay anything. All right, thank you, though.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan. Kurtz.
Yes.
Marshall.
Yes.
Shabazz.
Yes.
Tibbet.
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
Huck. And Randolph. That's 9 in the affirmative. Council President, we are now at executive session. 6:58, and this has 6 items. A, Grajales Prado. B, Brookings. C, Galeno. D, Hanson House. E, Laney. And F, Boardwalk Regency. Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan. Kurtz.
Yes.
Marshall. Shabazz. Tibbet. Weeks. Huck. And Randolph. That's 8 in the affirmative. About how long, please?
From when we get back there.
Okay. Thank you for the candy, Toro.
Thank you. I'm trying not to.
No, no, no. I didn't know.
Say, why the hell y'all still in here? I'm trying to go. Everybody have Hey, hi, Mohammed, come here for a minute before we go to.
Because he's the.
Council members, right there.
Oh, so, hi, I'm Daniel. Yeah, congratulations. All right. Have fun. Thanks.
I got surrounded by pigs.
Yeah. Well, let's knock out your thing.
Have a good night.
Don't stop.
I didn't wanna know. I still don't understand and don't wanna understand. I don't even wanna see it. It always do the job. People on the stage inside told people, I never looked up at. Well, have fun. Enjoy. But you. And you lost the first two games. You got to be kidding. You lost one game, you won the first one. Well, they I am myself. Yeah. Say no loss. I know he's a mess anyway. Yeah, I know he was hot. I didn't even watch the game. Really, I didn't. I acted that much money. I went. House. said, nothing. The boo, gypsy, gypsy. I mean, it's country, but it's good. I mean, now that I know who he. Y'all funny. I'm serious. That's a Jack Daniels. Got Jack Daniels in it. Set him up with Jack. I win. I don't need to drink. I can have my fun. I did too, cause the station I had, Lord, I have it on in my. All of them. That's a good song though. It really is entertaining. Oh, yeah, every time it comes on, I start one little, two little, three little, four. And the way they dance like I was there. Make wow. You see him up there? Huh? No, I told you I don't drink.
Guess who just spin around? Couple times.
I'm home, I'm just like that when I listen to that song. I'll be up there having fun. I like the Oreos and howdy for one thing. If I eat real late, I will. I have bad dreams. Why you eat late all the time? Yeah. Yeah, that's just Eagle game, yeah.
It's like walking distance. You can like, it's not like, you know, that.
On TV, I want to smack. It's not New York, it's New Jersey. I did. What's the other guy's name that just died? Represented both of them. I didn't see. It was no style. People make their own style. I did. What was it, 19? Ooh. Can y'all tell time?
I'm making most of it lump it together.
Yes, it's freezing.
No, it's not cold, it's freezing, Paul. You gotta bring blankets next.
No, not in mine. It's in personnel.
I got my COVID shot today.
I know, I was with you. The second.
Yeah, no, we don't go into business. With it.
Stay good.
So want to do it now or you can do it next week? You tell me.
Yeah, I wanna do it now.
All right, but come on.
Quickly, yes.
All right, Paula,
Paula,
in
in addition,
in addition, there is going to be a walk-on with motion, which is, DC statehood. I have it written here. I think I already sent it to you. I'll read it. So remember it goes-
just send it to me.
Yes.
Good.
It's a walk-on for what?
statehood,
Supporting statehood for,
supporting statehood.
Supporting DC, Washington DC.
Washington DC is the District of Columbia. It's not a state. So we're asking,
Nope, that's it.
no. That, we got that from the Black Caucus, Paula, without taking up time. It's a question of fairness.
that's it.
700,000 people don't have the right to have representation.
Do the settlement. You want to do
700,000. Seriously, I beg your pardon? No, they don't.
They have no representation.
And I'm reading it.
Taxation without representation.
No, they're not part of, it's passed Congress twice and it has to go to the Senate. They have had over 3,000 veterans who have died from in DC and they don't
Okay,
have a
let's-
thing.
So they can.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So we can get them to rep.
Okay.
And that- We're here to support it, that's all. It's a resolution to support statehood, that's all.
You wanna do the ones coming out of executive session first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
That's all.
Council President, we're back on the record and we have several resolutions after executive session.
Mhm.
659, Laney, 660, Hanson House, 661, Galeno, 662, Boardwalk Regency. This is the Atlantic Avenue Road Project, 663, Brajales Prado, Workers' Comp, and 664, Workers' Comp Brookings.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we lump all of them together.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion.
Motion by Councilman Tibbet, can I get a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Bad. I'll vote for them.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan. Kurtz.
Yes.
Marshall. Shabazz.
Yeah.
Tibbet.
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
Hawk. And Randolph. 7 in the affirmative.
Can I get a motion by Shabazz? Second. Can I get a second?
Second.
Second, by Councilman Stroud.
The resolution would read as follows. Were you giving a number of things?
It'll be, I believe the next available number is 705.
700,000 BC residents pay more federal taxes per capita than any other.
Mike.
Whereas 700,000 Washington DC residents pay more federal taxes per capita than any other state and more in total than 19 states, yet they lack full representation in Congress. And whereas the House of Representatives has passed the statehood bill for Washington DC 2 times, and whereas 21 states have passed resolutions or memorials supporting DC statehood, and whereas the District of Columbia has a AAA rating from Moody's in bonds, and whereas 26 million people visited DC last year, up from 22.1 million visitors in 2022, and whereas over 3,000 DC veterans have died in our nation's wars, and whereas despite all of the sacrifices and investments made by the residents of the district in this country, Washington DC is not a state and has none of the benefits of statehood. Now therefore be it resolved by the city that the City Council of the City of Atlantic City hereby supports the efforts of the District of Columbia to obtain the right of statehood.
Any questions? Call a vote, please.
Crouch.
Yeah.
Dunstan. Kurtz.
No.
Marshall. Sorry, Shabazz.
Yeah.
Tibbet.
Yes.
Weeks.
Yes.
Huck. And Randolph.
Yes.
6 in the affirmative and 1 in the negative.
What in the fight?
Meeting adjourned.